Use the imagination. Imagination.
Because you're dropping science, dropping history with a whole heap of style. Out in the street, take all this
Yeah. What up? Sorry, I dropped my red vines. Gonna have to dig deep, find them. Sorry for the early Ross. I don't like to do that. I don't know why this auto played. Oh, what's up? How was your day? Did you watch the World Cup? Fucking the Dutch, huh? I don't want them. I'd rather have Germany. I'd rather play Germany than the Dutch. I think we're probably gonna get Sweden though, which will be nice. I think, right? We're gonna get third place from that group. Anyway, what's up, Booney? What's up, Too Oldie? What's up, Riali? What's up, Tukey? Just us? Cool. Haters get fucked. I got a sick TikTok. I got 2 Live Crew. Fucking window. No. We'll get to sports in a little bit.
Yeah, and I know. And I know.
Where do we leave off? Tukes, what is this? Probably have fucking dog hair all over him now.
Because we don't want to pay no money for sound.
Betting big on a consent-free future. Sure, recent filings have revealed that Bill Gates may be doing just that, as the billionaire has reportedly made a significant investment in a new child sex ring startup. The world-leading technologist and philanthropist has invested more than $100 million into a new venture, Preteen Labs, whose mission is to build more sustainable child sex trafficking resources for future generations. ONN Stephen Green has more.
The man who needs no introduction. From Microsoft to the Gates Foundation, Bill Gates has changed the world. An outspoken advocate for awareness on climate change, Gates is now offering his insight and investment.
Yeah,
to a
they
brand
definitely
new
have
kind of
Green
company.
Street on something.
This is Preteen Labs, a child sex trafficking startup that, according to their CEO, Jacob Stoller, is aimed at sustainability.
Cargo ships, private jets, private islands. This is one of the least eco-friendly industries out there, and we hope to change that.
And that's a goal Bill Gates can get behind, to the tune of $100 million, a big investment he believes could make a big impact on trafficking's carbon footprint. But the even bigger
Powering
question?
Sex Island.
What is it like having Bill Gates as a boss? Is he pretty hands-off?
Oh, no. He has lots of ideas.
Including widening access networks, eliminating age of consent laws entirely, and installing infrastructure in under-abducted parts of the world. The company already has plans to expand to Africa, South America, and soon maybe even the New York Stock Exchange.
Hey man, aren't those the most abducted parts of the world?
Concept, but this is about more than just making money. It's about our future, and if we fail to act now, our children may never have the opportunity to molest our children's children.
ONN Stephen Green reporting, and the work doesn't stop there for Gates, who is already turning his attention toward his next venture, eradicating sexually transmitted diseases to prevent their spread to any of his future wives. Coming up next, more details on the tragic boating accident that killed America just shy of its 250th birthday. You've seen the news, now touch it with your fingers.
Now touch it with your fingers. Under-abducted because not only are they pedophiles, but racist pedophiles. What do you mean? Oh, they don't like to rape. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, no. They just get them for their psionic department, not their abductions. Different type of abductions. Oh. God. There must have been so much hair on that one. Fuck. Gross. Dog hair. That right there is reason enough to not have a dog.
And I sadly hurt the other Ayatollah.
So welcome to the Axios
Really?
show.
Thank you.
We wanted to make this more of a conversation than a typical interview where we're just going to hop around from topics to topic. And we wanted to do, Axios likes to do one big thing.
Okay.
And so the one big thing we want to talk about is power and how you think about it and how you wield it.
He's like, I'm so bored. What are we doing here? Where is Swan? Swan is not at Axios anymore. I think he went over to New York Times.
I remember most of those
he
girls
got hit with
being
the
white,
with the woke beam.
Weren't they a little old for him? Those pageant girls? You know? What happened to Jonathan Swan? I liked him.
I love Dementia Donnie. I don't. I will love Dementia Donnie if Dementia Donnie accidentally arrives at the correct point and has like that moment
Did you see that
of
kayaker
honesty
they
and truth that
arrested?
he sometimes has, right? Where he'll turn around and be like, Israel's wrecking this deal. They've gone far beyond what they should have been allowed to do. And
let the president
I'm
talk.
going to put an
Hassan.
end to it. I'm doing an arms embargo. If Donald Trump...
Oh, we have a very good relationship. And you probably heard me say yesterday, I said, I want to thank him because he didn't get involved with the whole thing with Iran. He could have gotten involved. He could have
Yeah, if we got rid of anchor babies, we wouldn't have our star striker.
sent a nice oil ship surrounded by 12 destroyers and see if he could blast his way through the blockade, which was an unbelievable military.
Yeah.
I think it's going to go down as one of the great military maneuvers. It was every bit as important as all the bombing we did. It really.
Oh yeah, no, it was definitely gross, but
they were dying. They had no money, no nothing for months. But President Xi, I asked him, I said, I'd really appreciate you not.
That one victim was 13, right? And then I think a different one was like, I think both of the victims, publicly known about victims, right? Wasn't there two different 13-year-olds, or a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old or something? I don't know. It's funny, like when it's about Trump, I believe it. When it's about Michael Jackson, I resist it.
Not getting involved. And he was great. He didn't get involved. And I think if
He was
somebody.
great. He didn't get
I
involved.
think Trump love for Xi is very one way. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
No, but that's what I was saying last night about fucking Epstein. And it's like, no, I'm Trump's best friend. He's not my best friend. I'm his best friend. Same thing with G. It's like, yeah, he likes me. I don't like him.
All these guys know exactly how to manipulate Trump, and not only that, but they also don't really need to do much because they already have
Barron
the
is
motion.
Melania's anchor baby.
Let's be real. Donald Trump wants to run
Baroni.
the United States of America in the exact same way that Putin is running Russia. That's what he wants,
Dude,
and that's
I
probably
don't
the
know
most
if I believe that
advanced
story,
version.
but Florent Balogun, the striker from the team, supposedly his mom was in Brooklyn visiting his aunt, and then she got too pregnant to fly home, so she gave birth to her baby in Brooklyn, which I feel like if I had the NHS, I would make sure I was home when I had my baby. 'Cause does she have to pay that bill or what? Because that seems like that's like a lot of money. But you know, I'm not, obviously don't care, but like, it's interesting though that they would have to like retcon his birth in order to fucking silence the fucking reactionaries. Like, I really want there to be an issue, like, because they were posting all that shit the last few days, like trying to like do memes. Like DHS was trying to like post like Pulisic fucking pics and stuff. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that when like several of those guys would not even be on the team if you had your way, you know?
Of this kind of like autocracy. Erdogan, to a lesser degree, runs Turkey in a similar manner.
Erdogan, that's
And-
where he learned to do his shock collar crimes.
Donald Trump wants that. So he already has a lot of reverence for these people. He already has a lot of respect and reverence for these people because they're kind of, you know, they're doing what he wants to do. There's a level of jealousy almost. As far as China goes, I mean, obviously this is very different. Like the Chinese form of governance is very different than the Russian form of governance and the Turkish form of governance. There's like an obvious party apparatus, a meritocratic approach to the bureaucracy within the party system. And the party's ultimate goals are obviously to undermine the forces of capital, and they've done so very successfully. I'm not going to get into it. It's much more complicated than that. But like from his perspective, he looks at China and he thinks, oh, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
Xi Jinping commands the respect, and is
that's true. He says the same thing about Xi, or with the Korean leaders, right? He thinks that he's like authoritarianly demands their respect or whatever. Not that they just admire him because he's a good person, you know?
Is a legitimate leader of a unbelievably powerful sovereign nation. And Donald Trump respects that. He wants that for himself. And same thing with Modi in India to a lesser degree. But like, basically, those are the reasons why he already has a lot of reverence for these people.
He's trying to copy
and that
Modi.
reverence even extends to Kim Jong-un, right?
Like, that's actually a greater model, I think, is like, he's like Modi. It's like, if I can get a segment of the population to love me enough, I can authoritarianly suppress everybody else, and my fucking fan base hogs will defend me, you know?
Jong-un runs the DPRK. Trump respects that, and he likes that. He likes that, and he wants that for himself here in the United States of America, right? All of these different forms of leadership that I just explained to you, they're not the same, but from his perspective, it is the same. They're very different systems, but from Trump's perspective, he just sees like banners, fealty, loyalty, almost complete control over the functions of government. And he thinks to himself, I want this in America for myself. So he already respects that quite a bit. And then also on top of that, these guys will throw parades for Trump, and then he loves that. So he's easily manipulated when he sees a leader that he actually respect him back, albeit that praise is probably fake.
Of course it's fake.
He that has a lot of staying power with him. It was a big part of the reason why he hated the European leadership, because the European leadership openly showed their disdain for him in the first term, and then in the second term, the European leadership have actually vassalized themselves. They're so unbelievably openly servile that Trump correctly perceives that as
but they weren't
weakness.
Suppressed the
and he doesn't respect
enough.
that. He doesn't respect the Democratic Party for the same exact reason. I'm willing to bet Trump has far more respect for the IRGC and the supreme leadership and the Iranian, like the Islamic Republic of Iran, than he does for the Democratic Party. Why? Because he had to fight it. He had to fight them, and he lost, and all of a sudden the dynamic shifted, so he has a lot more reverence for those guys. I promise you, it seems so stupid, it seems so crazy if you think about it with like American exceptionalism in mind, but Donald Trump is truly a different kind of American leader. And
yeah, Japan versus Tunisia was brutal. I don't want to play Japan.
Better than previous leaders, but in certain instances, it can be better than previous leaders who are ideological.
I think we might get Sweden, though. Because if it's Japan, if Netherlands wins the group and Japan gets second, we would get Sweden. And I like that matchup. I think we would wreck Sweden. That'd be a nice game.
Logically minded and invested in...
You see fucking Tunisia, they replaced their coach after their L the other day, which I don't think they should have done that. But then this new coach comes in and gets fucked. Like, what... You know, what did they think was going to happen? Like, you give a guy, like, what, like a day to prep with his team and you expect him to improve? I mean, that was a bad move. What clip? Yeah, Japan is good. Yeah, I don't want to play them. I would rather play Germany than either Japan or the Dutch. Germany they fucking got lucky. They did not deserve that win.
The continuation of American hegemony. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about American hegemony. He only gives a shit about Donald Trump. Yeah, and by the way, this isn't like a crazy far-fetched conspiracy.
No, that's what I mean.
He has openly revealed this. He said, Kim's people sit up when he speaks. I want my people to do the same. This was back in 2018. Trump to Axios, by the way. Media class and what the political class has to say. I think it's important to be bold and to be brave. If you are
and the ability.
I just want to watch the Trump
execute.
interview. I don't know why I have
Well,
the
I think
Sans
Modi
commentary.
is very good, yeah. And they've had some very good numbers announced. He stays out of wars, which is smart. He's
I feel like the Dutch
1.5 billion people. He's actually the
probably
biggest.
look best,
India's actually
other
the
than
biggest.
us.
And Modi's a great leader. And we do a lot of business with them, but now we do fair business. They used to really rip us off. I don't blame them for that. You know, we had stupid politicians, but that allowed that to happen. But now we do a lot of business. They're not that happy about it because
if he just didn't do that for 5 minutes, I feel like his numbers would go up. Personally, I would like him so much more if he just stopped doing whatever that little thing he just did there is. You know, like where he gives himself credit for something that's not really praiseworthy or whatever, and then blames all the other politicians for not doing it and tries to attack everybody. Just try to be chill for one interview. You try to be nice for one interview. Like, I just don't understand that, like, you know, I'm sure he has to read his polling where it's like, yeah, people don't like how fucking crude and, like, you know, how much of a dick you are. Don't you ever think, like, oh, maybe I should try to be nice for a minute? Nobody believes it when you're, like, nice to, like, your sycophants. That doesn't count. You need to be nice to your enemies.
to do a lot
just,
better.
You know, normal people.
But Modi's great. President Xi is great. But there are a lot of great leaders out there, and there are a lot of really
They
bad
only show
ones.
them good polls. That's true.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
I know. Who's the bad?
Europe. Democrats, all the liberals in Europe, Keir Starmer. And Loki, he's not even wrong. Like, they do suck. I mean, obviously, he is probably one of the worst leaders, but
By
like,
far.
he's right when he says the Democrats and,
Like,
and all these other guys
a good
are.
leader
are
is basically a leader that will protect you from the oligarchs, right? And that's the opposite of Trump. Like, effectively, what we're seeing is a leader who's willing to, like, stick up for their citizens and protect them from being exploited in some way.
dog, right?
Who are the two weakest?
Well, I can't say that because
You're the president.
I can't say. JCPOA, the Obama nuclear
See, he's
catastrophe.
gonna do this again. Stop,
which was
man,
so bad.
stop.
When Obama left, he didn't hit their military.
Oh my God, yeah.
He didn't damage their
Dude,
navy.
He's still gonna do this. Even after he had to fucking pull out with his tail between his legs and accomplish none of the shit he claims to want to have accomplished, just completely wrecked in every aspect. Like, there's no way for them to claim any kind of fucking minor victories. Like, he's going to. The vast majority of the population is going to know that that's bullshit. He's going to keep doing this and then going to continue attacking the JCPA. Just stop mentioning that. Just stop reminding people about that. Oh yeah, didn't we have something? Like, just shut the fuck up, man.
Or destroy their Air Force. I destroyed
No,
the
you
Air Force.
didn't. Nobody
I destroyed
believes
their
that.
anti-aircraft weapons. That's why we were flying over there totally unimpeded. We turned off all the
Hey,
stealth.
what
They
happened
couldn't
to
do a
that
damn
airbase
thing.
in Kuwait?
He didn't do any of that stuff. He didn't kill their leadership. I did twice, 2.5 times.
And what did you
to be
get from
exact.
it?
Wouldn't them having
What
no
did you
military
get
make the
from it,
MOU even
man?
more embarrassing? Yeah, obviously it's bullshit, dude. And it's so funny because, like, they have to do some sort of face-saving exercise here because, like, obviously there's a higher
exactly.
priority of,
Like-
like, maintaining American military
I mean,
dominance.
it's okay to occasionally point out things that you did good or you think that you're proud of or whatever. That's okay. It's just that, like, he's a one-trick pony. Everything he says is like, this guy sucks and I'm good. Non-stop. It's just like, I don't know. You would think that, like, the people who you've already convinced and they're on your side are going to remain there after this revelations of the past year and the fucking, you know, gas prices, etc. So maybe why don't you try to court some other people, right? You know, normal people, right? Like,
Regardless of how stupid that is to try and advance in this very moment when it's very
you
clear that
found out that
American
I was
force
a
projection
pedophile
capabilities
vampire and you
are
don't care?
nowhere near what
Okay,
people
good.
perceive
I
them
got
to
you
be
on the
in the
lockdown.
past. And that's why they have to be like, oh, well, we destroyed their Navy. We destroyed their Air Force. Okay, so you're doing this MOU out of the kindness of your heart? No. Is that what it
You'll
is?
claim
Is that what's
that,
going
though.
on? You just really wanted to give a big shout out to Iran? Is that what it is?
He didn't do anything to Soleimani. I killed Soleimani.
And you killed the Ayatollah.
Oh my God.
And I killed the
And a number
Ayatollah.
of IRGC officials.
And I
in multiple
sadly hurt the other Ayatollah.
Oh my God, dude. Soleimani, like, we would still be fighting ISIS if not for Soleimani. You know, fighting is a, you know, it's a funny word in that context, but.
Holy shit.
Who I will tell you, I did not meet him. I did not speak to him, but people
I didn't
were
speak
speaking
to him,
of-
but I killed him.
But he's got a certain braveness because he
hates how Obama
was
killed
badly,
Osama.
He's badly.
Yeah.
Glaze, you know this already. When Trump starts glazing the foreign adversary leadership, this.
I built a time machine, and I went back, and not only did I kill baby Hitler, I killed baby Dracula. That's why there's no more vampires. I went back in time and eradicated the vampiric gene. Next, I'm gonna do lycanthropy. We will be no more werewolves. And when I'm done, all the werewolf problem will be over. No, you can't see my time machine. It's next to my chronovisor.
This is, again, it's giving me more confidence. He only does this. Trump only does this if he is losing and he's recognized defeat.
He was sad when he heard he was
Ansar
gay. Why
Allah
didn't he
as
kill
well.
him when
He was
he
like,
heard
they're
that?
brave guys. We shot them dead, but they kept fighting.
He's hurting.
This is the way Trump capitulates.
He's genuinely
because in his
sad at
mind,
hurting
he's
the
so
younger
narcissistic
Ayatollah
that he
because
thinks
he was
like,
beautiful and hot.
oh,
Yeah.
if I'm actually conceding on anything, then it must be
Democrats,
a worthy
they never killed baby Dracula.
Because in his mind, he'll never
They
concede
just
to a
drink
weak
blood.
leader, right? He does not lose to weak opponents. He doesn't even recognize that
Baby
he has
Joe
lost,
is
obviously.
asleep
He
at
will
the
never
orb,
say that out loud.
Not using the
But
orb's powers.
whenever he actually finds himself offering concessions to an enemy, an adversary, an opponent, that means that that opponent is actually brilliant, brave, and strong.
For those people that say, "Oh, maybe I wasn't tough enough," I've wiped out. I took out their biggest bridge because they showed up late at the meeting. They said that wasn't very nice. You know that bridge? That's the George Washington Bridge. I wiped it out in 3 minutes. I took out Carg Island.
And then they rebuilt it in fucking like a day and a half or whatever, first of all. Second of all, that was the fucking asshole we saw last night bragging about how they only hit military targets or whatever. No, he goes the next day and just brags about it. That's why that shit pisses me off. It's like if you're going to continue lying about it, you need to tell Trump to stay on the same fucking script. Because the disconnect is really brutal. I ripped their constitution. I burnt it. to
Everything
shreds.
except one thing. I said, leave the pipes alone because, I'm not looking to damage the world economy.
Yeah, we didn't know
I think
Soleimani until
we're
after
very
he killed
tough.
him. Exactly.
The people, listen, the
I blew
people,
up the biggest bridge in
that say,
3
"Oh,
seconds,
he
and
could
they
have
were
been
like, "Oh,
tougher."
that's not very nice."
the entire military
Which is why the
gone.
demon
Ready?
rats-
Air Force is gone. Do you agree? It's gone.
Wiped out.
There's no airplane.
Yeah.
There's no airplane.
never
They had a lot of them. They had 200 of them. They're all gone.
Well, they didn't really have
Yeah.
a robust Air Force.
Exactly.
And what
They
they
don't
were
need one.
able to accomplish with their limited Air Force, many of the fleets are like 50 years old at this point. These are like old American gear that they had purchased with no new parts. These are all jerry-rigged airplanes. They were still capable of maneuvering through the American defenses and strike the bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. It's unbelievable what they were able to pull off. Holy sh! His hand is actually deformed. What the fuck? I just realized it is. What is that color, man?
Navy, 159 ships, right? All at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah. Look.
ما از زمین کنده شدیم به ارتفاع بسیار بسیار پایین.
Yeah, he says Iran's F-5 pilots who flew below 50 feet and bombed the U.S. military base in Kuwait. The pilots say the crew dropped under 50 feet, 10 times lower than the 500-foot training standard, holding total radio silence past Patriot batteries, AWACS, active radar sites, and Kuwaiti F-18 patrols.
They were below the edge of the ships. They flew past ships, and they were underneath, so like soldiers were looking off the deck down at the planes.
They flew so low across the Gulf that 2 ship decks sat above the jet, sailors looking down as it passed between the hulls. Power plants and refineries sat exposed the whole route. They ignored everyone and put the bombs on Camp Beering in Kuwait's North Desert. Now, that is the reason why the friendly fire incident took place. Because what they were capable of doing with F5s, by the way, there's evidence that this is real. I don't know if they're
real.
You know, I don't know if they're exaggerating how low they were flying, but I do know that they were capable of evading all of the surveillance that America had in the region and did actually unironically blow up with direct munitions from the F5s, both in Kuwait and also in Bahrain as well. Which, by the way, Kuwait is even more impressive because it's further down, further away. And here's the thing. That created such a security incident in Kuwait that the Kuwaiti Air Force accidentally shot down 2 of the American fighter jets because they did not know, in that panic moment, they did not know if it was an Iranian fighter jet or if it was an American one. We were wondering how the Ghost of Kuwait incident took place. Now we know. Oh, 3. Sorry, not 2. 3. Mm-hmm. 3 F-15s were downed by 1 Kuwaiti fighter pilot. And by the way, there are videos of the F-5 pilots practicing this maneuver. This footage being circulated on Iranian channels from 15 years ago. What you see moving, hovering over the water is not a motorboat. It's an Iranian Army Phantom fighter jet.
It's like one of those like ground effect planes. I'm sure its efficiency is increased flying that low.
Look, I'm not a plane autist. I'm not a plane autist by any means, but this is unbelievable maneuvering, okay?
Oh, wow.
That is so insanely low that any mistake and it's over.
Yeah.
At that altitude, at that speed,
it's not even a Moab
you hit the
anymore.
water, it's the same as concrete. It's done. No survivors. These are insanely old planes too. Again, these are F5s, dude. These are 50-year-old fighter jets with no new components because of the blockade, because of the embargo. They don't even have new components in them. They've been jerry-rigging these things. This is the difference. Necessity breeds ingenuity because Iran correctly recognizes that their war is existential, that they have been forced into this position.
I mean, I would fly low.
Pilot has a
That'd be
better
sick.
grasp on the boundaries of the plane than I do with my car when I'm parking. Yes. And think about all the assistance that you get. They don't have that. It's a 60-year-old fighter jet, man, of defeating America militarily. There's no world where like all of that equipment, all that technology in a head-to-head matchup, Iran is going to be able to defeat America. But that's not how wars are fought, and that's not how wars are won. It's never supposed to be a fair fight. Of course, they're going to engage in asymmetric battle and behave like an insurgency, take advantage of their topography as they have. And that's one of the most brilliant aspects in the memorandum of understanding with Iran. His advisors were flagging to him for weeks that global oil stockpiles were dwindling and the window to prevent the reserves from falling to critically depleted levels was closing. Trump yesterday at his press conference in France conceded to that likelihood before he signed the peace deal with Iran. This is also part of the reason why I said, like, America doesn't just wage wars against foreign adversaries. Like, they have a lot of additional responsibilities. With great power comes great responsibility. America is the hegemonic superpower. It has made a promise to the rest of the world that they have to keep things stable. They are responsible for the fragility of the global capitalist system. And at the end of the day, that fragility yields promise for the foreign adversaries, especially when there is such close proximity to centers of profit. Iran used the geographic limitations of the Strait of Hormuz to its advantage. America can't just go, all right, we're blowing everything up. America is the shepherd and the torch carrier of this global system of capitalism. And therefore, the American president has a lot of responsibility to the forces of capital. And if the forces of capital are like, this is too much volatility, we're no longer making money, you're actually the board up, they have to retreat. They have to manage a negotiated response. They have to literally say, all right, we're done with the fighting. We're done with the war. We will concede to your demands. There's nothing that they can do in this situation. America's perceived power becomes America's weakness overnight. And that's precisely what happened here. The Middle East correspondent for The Economist, Greg Carlstrom, says, and we should remember that for now, the key question is not does Iran say Hormuz is open, but rather do shippers fear Hormuz might be closed? Whatever the official statements, a sense of uncertainty will have a detrimental effect on traffic. See also Bab el-Mandeb. It is neither the U.S. nor Iran that determine whether the Hormuz is open or not. It's shipping and insurance companies. So he has to also manage this negotiation well, because as long as there's instability, shippers are obviously going to say, maybe there's too much volatility for us. We don't know if the Strait of Hormuz has actually been demined successfully. We don't know. There's no guarantee from the Iranian side that they will refuse to open fire on ships.
Here's the thing. In Venezuela, it was so incredible, right?
Yep.
And we waited and waited, and at the right time, I said, let's go do it now. We waited for the weather. We had to wait 6 days. We had some really bad weather. You know, the pilot said, sir, we want to do it. We went in less than ideal. They didn't care. And
weather
it actually lasted 48 minutes. And this is an arm, you know, they have a lot of soldiers there, a lot of good soldiers. If you look at Iran, they've been doing this stuff for 47 years. They've been taunting you and everybody else, all of the media, everything. They're very good with the press. They have a great fake media. And I put out a truth a little while ago. I said, if I had the white flag of surrender raised, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Trump is the greatest president, we hereby surrender, the New York Times would write that they won the war. They've lost so much credibility.
They did win the war. What are you talking about?
It's a very different kind of a place than Venezuela. But Venezuela, you know.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. At least he recognizes that now. Oh, it turns out the Iranian government was designed very differently than the Venezuelan government. Because remember, the reason why this is significant is because he literally believed when Benjamin Netanyahu was like, yeah, you'll just go in there. You'll just go in there. It'll be just like Venezuela. It'll be so easy. It'll be so awesome. He was like, yeah, that seems good. That seems to be real. Nope. Nope. Turns out, not like Venezuela at all. The problem is, Cuba, in some respects, is similar, and that's what he's talking about here. He's like literally saying like, and this is him calling his next shot, and I do worry about this as well. We have to fight back against this as well, because again, senseless militarism, senseless warfare, senseless amounts of death and destruction. He's gonna try it again, especially because he has more perceived weakness. He's gonna try to get a W here. He's gonna try to secure a W here. And most likely try to conquer Cuba. I know Cuba has done a lot of privatization initiatives now. They're actively trying to save their country. We'll get to that in a little bit, but Libs won't stop the invasion of Cuba. I know. Well, we'll do our very best to make sure that that doesn't happen.
We're running Venezuela with the people that we
do. You see the Cuba operation running similarly to the way
possibly it's possible.
Oh my God.
This is what I despise. I hate
this
hearing this. It's so callous the way that we talk about other countries. There are people that live there. There are people who have dreams. There are children. There are babies. There are good people, bad people. And the way that we just talk about foreign nations.
Yeah, that other guy was
the way we get to talk about foreign nations is genuinely disgusting. It is literally sociopathic. It is every bit the same.
What up?
Energy-wise, is what you hear from Itamar Ben-Gvir. Sure, he won't say like, "Oh, we're gonna kill, Cuban mothers for the crime of our mothers crying or whatever." But like, it's the same energy. It's the same principle. It's so.
This might suck. And we can just watch soccer. I mean,
You can argue that the New York congressional primaries are the most important primaries in all of the country. And that's not just because us New Yorkers think we're the center of the universe. The races that are happening here are highlighting issues that are sure to come up in next year's presidential primary on tech, on immigration, on policing. So today, let's talk to two candidates whose races are sure to have national implications. One is about AI and how and if we should regulate this new technology.
I think there's a lot of fear among elected officials that if they try to regulate this technology, it will be the end of their political career.
The other is about generational change, representation, and just how far left is too far left.
There was a lot of pressure to be woker than thou, right? And that has gotten us to a point where a lot of people groan or roll their eyes.
Alex Boris of New York 12 and Daria Abuela-Chevier of New York 13. That's this week on America Actually. Let's dig in. Assemblyman Boris, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Why do you think this race has national relevance or has relevance to anyone who doesn't live in New York 12?
When I launched, I thought it would just be a race about
New
York 12, about the issues that were here. And 3 weeks later, on my wedding anniversary, so I remember the specific day, Leading the Future, a super PAC of Trump mega donors, announced that they were going to make me their number one enemy and spend whatever it took to beat me. They wanted to make an example out of me. They chose to try to send a message to every member of Congress that the cost of having a say in how AI affects our kids' brains or our jobs or the environment, that cost has to be political destruction. And so this race has now become a test of that thesis as to whether we can stand up to this force.
Yeah, I mean, and I wanted to ask why we think they decided to target you. 8 years ago, you were at Palantir Technologies, and now the AI industries, to your point, has kind of named you as a leading boogeyman in their races. How do we get from there to here?
You passed the strongest AI safety law in the country. I was elected in 2022 to the state assembly. I became the first Democrat elected in New York State at any level with a degree in computer science, a fact that I find 10% cool and 90% horrifying.
Yeah, I'm like thinking about it in my head. I said, oh, I would say that if I were you, but as like a voter, I'm like, oh, that's probably not great.
Yeah, exactly. But I use that background, that knowledge to pass laws that actually protect people, right? And it's not about being pro-innovation or anti-innovation. It's about shaping the technology so that it actually works for the vast majority of Americans. And one of the bills in particular that I passed was called the RAISE Act.
Let's, again, stick with this. What did you do at Palantir?
So I joined during the Obama administration, and I worked on civilian federal projects.
What does that mean?
So working with the Department of Justice to close down pill mills and tackle the opioid epidemic. Also going after the big banks for their role in the Great Recession. While I led the project, we recovered $20 billion for taxpayers from the big banks. I worked with the CDC to better track epidemics. I worked with the VA to better serve our veterans. It was about making use of data to make government actually function and work.
I feel like people have a blind spot, myself included, just about like the specifics of that work. Because sometimes I can kind of feel like you say Palantir is working with the government to track something better, even good things like, disease prevention and things like that. And my head goes immediately to like, are we talking surveillance? Are we talking about like kind of nefarious use of this type of technology? Like, what does it mean to say this private company is working with the government in those ways?
Yeah, it's the right question to ask. And ultimately, we shouldn't be just trusting corporations to make these decisions. This is why you need people in Congress that actually understand the technology and how these contracts work to pass a privacy law that we are 30 years out of date of doing, and now with AI needs to be updated even more. But the specifics on the ground of the work that I did.
That's true. I think you can assume if somebody's trying to bribe you to pass legislation to assist their company, I think you should assume that it's bad. Like if
was data that the government already had access to and making better use of it to actually achieve its goals.
But I want to also ask about what was your break with Palantir.
Yeah.
It seems as if there was a moment that caused you to leave. What was the moment that made you think, okay, my work here is dipped in from going from like government efficiency or something like that to something I'm more uncomfortable with.
Well, to be clear, the work that I did was always in that realm of things that I was working on to improve. But the company broadly started working on other projects, and in particular, the one that was my red line was their work with ICE. So in the Obama administration, they had worked on things like human trafficking and drug trafficking and counterfeiting, right? Border crimes that are not controversial for the government to want to work on and solve. And then when Trump comes in 2017, he starts pressuring for that software to be used for deportations, for civil immigration matters. That, for me, was the red line. And so when they told us that, that's when I made plans to quit.
And is that still where we are? Like, it does seems like Palantir is still kind of like, aligned with the Trump administration.
I think they're way further. At the time, it was, we're not going to stop it from being used. Now they're actively building features to make it better at doing that. I mean, it has gone so far from what we were all pitched on at the time during the Obama administration of trying to protect civil liberties, of to fight fascism. Now they're enabling it.
I can see the argument of like someone who knows these technologies and how they work being a kind of good force for regulator, but your opponents have also made the argument that they never got involved with this stuff in the first place, that things like, companies like Palantir represented a kind of civil liberties threat, and it didn't take an ICE contract for some folks to know that. What's your response to that?
Well, I think they're being opportunistic in how they look at this. I have been very focused on actually making government work, and I think that's a good thing and something that we've been missing in the Democratic Party. And I've also, when challenged, put my morals and my principles over my career and over my financial security. And that was as a private citizen. That wasn't when I was running for office or positioning in some way. That's just, I have red lines and I'm not going to cross them.
Yeah, I read you gave up $2 million in unvested stock options.
I think that's a little gauche to say, but yes.
I was about to say, I don't know if that makes you, I don't know if that's a good thing for your kind of logic for Congress, but it does kind of speak to the seriousness in which you took it.
But it is the truth, and so, I'm proud of that choice. I'm proud of how I've moved, and I will continue to be that fighter in Congress.
Before we get to the RAISE Act, which I do want to talk about, I wanted to bring up some of the other things that Democrats have told us here, even on America Actually, specific to the question of AI regulation. We talked to Bernie Sanders about his call for a moratorium on data centers, saying that Americans would benefit from a pause button. Is that something you support? Why or why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are rushing ahead on AI before we actually know how to align these incredibly dangerous systems and make sure that they are actually following human instructions or more to the point, human morals and attitudes, right? You talk to any of the frontier labs, then they've all said, hey, we would support a pause if it's a thing that could happen, right? But you hear this in politics all the time. Oh, if we could change it, we'd do it, but we're stuck here. Okay, let's make it so. That's the power of government to do that.
Isn't the argument against if I can embody the others? I heard Senator Gallego actually told me this on the show also, that something like a moratorium puts us behind the race from China, does not allow these companies to innovate in the speed in which is necessary right now. Like, isn't there a reality of a kind of arms race that a moratorium could put us behind?
If you act solely unilaterally, that becomes a risk. But I think what people miss in that conversation is there's actually a lot more alignment here than people realize. Like, China is regulating AI far more than anything that's even been proposed in the Western Hemisphere. The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, is terrified of an LLM saying the wrong thing, empowering the wrong person. And so, listen, there's going to be parts where we compete, and I support export controls on China, and obviously there's going to be certain sensitive areas where we're never going to align, but on the basics of verification of how AI works, on alignment of how AI works, on that research, there's actually room for us to be working together in a way to have this work for humans. We just need to put humans first.
What about Sanders' call for public ownership of AI? He's recently announced legislation that would give people a 50% equity stake in frontier AI labs. How about that proposal?
Yeah, I have a similar one to take stakes in the labs. The details really matter, and I know he's still working on the final language. I don't really want to give the Trump administration full control out of all these frontier labs, but having the American people have a stake in them, I think helps as a insurance policy for the potential
meaning we're going
disruption.
to have to bail them out.
Exactly right.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the idea of the AI dividend is to give Americans a stake in the
That's because I don't know what Bernie's deal is. I think, obviously, I tend to assume he's genuine. But, I feel like it's kind of nefarious priming the pump for the inevitable bailout. I don't think any of these companies are profitable, and I think even with, widespread adoption of their technology, it's still a difficult path to them getting back their investment. This aggressive investment is done because they need somewhere to put the investors' money, right? Like, they need to have something to justify these insane valuations. So they figure that these data centers are like an evergreen asset, and that also eventually they've bought enough allies in Trump's administration and the Democratic Party that they'll be able to get the bailouts. So if it's something like this is on the table and it's like, oh, we're owners. I mean, would that be? I mean, actually, now that I think about it, would that be a thing where they had due diligence too? Like, would they be able to like inspect their books? Would they be able to take a look at, if we're gonna make an investment in these companies, like we need to know that. I would actually love to have that. I don't know what debate's the right word, but like public discourse about their, their balance sheet.
Element of AI and approaching with humility that we don't know exactly what's going to happen.
It's the same way I like that fucking defund the police discussion too, because it gets people thinking and talking about the state or the city budget, right? Like, dum-dums don't understand, never like knocked on a door before. They like had this aversion to it because they had to like explain it to people, but that's not how it functions in real world, right? Like immediately the conversation goes to like when you tell people that it's like, oh, fucking like 60% of our budget goes to the cops, right? It doesn't have to be like that. Immediately people are interested. Like everything else is falling apart, and then cops have like new tanks and fucking billy clubs and shit every year. They have new like tactical gear, and they shut down libraries. Oh, sorry, we had to lay off the teacher. Like, oh, you're not gonna have a fucking pathologist at your school anymore because the cops need it. New security cameras or whatever. People fucking they're pissed off. Just looking at the way these companies do business, I think would be a healthy conversation for the country to have, the world to have.
Could hit a bottleneck and it could end up more like past technologies, or this is the first technology where the makers of it are saying their goal is to replace all human labor. Doesn't mean they'll succeed, but like when that goal's on the table, government's got to take it seriously. So the AI dividend would raise revenue from a few sources to spend it on things to help protect Americans in this transition or to really just keep their security. So on the low end, that could be things like job retraining programs, investment in community colleges, tax breaks for companies that retain workers and retrain them instead of laying them off, right? In the middle, it could be something like a job guarantee. I mean, we have so much productive work in government at the city, state, and federal level we could put people to if we had the funding for it. And at the most disruptive, if it does replace all human labor or something close to it, could pay out a universal basic income or universal high income.
Well, let's talk about the RAISE Act, because as you mentioned, this is the signature piece of legislation that you passed through the state assembly and represents a state model for AI regulation that I imagine will be a focus if you make it to Congress. What does the act do?
The RAISE Act, it was such a light touch piece of legislation, but it is the strongest AI safety law in the country. So it says that the absolute largest frontier AI developers, so right now that would really only apply to XAI, OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and Meta, right? Microsoft isn't there yet, they might be. Amazon isn't there yet, they might be. But the biggest of the big, they have to have a safety plan that they make public for how they'll handle risks around what could happen if someone were to misuse it for a bioweapon, or how they could lose control of AI, or like the really big impacts. They have to make that public. They have to then disclose to the government critical safety incidents, which we define in the bill as causing a serious injury or death, or will imminently cause a serious injury or death, and share some of the other basic data with New York State government so that we can understand and be tracking what's happening and keep people safe. On the federal level, we need to do that plus third-party audits for all of these companies and an actual developer duty of care.
What does that mean?
So that means that you take some responsibility for the product that's out there. In other words, if your model is failing your own tests, or best practices would say this is particularly risky, you shouldn't release that to the public. So in other words, the tobacco companies were the first to know that cigarettes cause cancer, but they just denied it publicly and didn't act on it and kept doing it. With AI, these companies, many of them are the experts, and I think we should be hiring into government, getting our own expertise, but really it's at these labs. If they are coming to the conclusion that there's an extreme risk here, they can't just bury that. They have to act on it.
And right now, that incentive doesn't exist.
Exactly right.
So as you mentioned, this was significantly watered down before passage. New York Governor Kathy Hochul changed some stuff from the original bill. The original bill prohibited companies from releasing AI models that failed safety tests. That was removed. Penalties for AI companies were scaled back. If that watered down was coming from a Democrat in a blue state, what is the hope for AI legislation, at least on a robust level? On a national level, we haven't seen even willingness to do the first steps of that front.
I think there's a lot of fear among elected officials that if they try to regulate this technology, it will be the end of their political careers, that there's so much money on the other side. And we've even seen, leadership within the Democratic Party tell marginal members, hey, maybe stay away from AI. Like, there's so much money out there. And that, to your first question, comes back to why this race in particular is so important, because the people who are scaring everyone, that are intimidating everyone, chose to make an example out of me. They chose to spend $10 million against me and say, we're going to do whatever it takes to beat me. And so if I win, that then becomes an example for everyone else that, hey, you don't have to water it down. Like, that 80% of your constituents want there to be regulations on AI. And that can be a winning issue.
Because that is the interesting part. We don't really see controversy from a ground level. There's a 70-80% call for regulation. We see this consistently. Even things like moratoriums are things I hear much more from regular voter than from elected official. Is that gap between the Democratic electeds talking about this issue and the where voters are on that issue, is that all just money?
I think it's 80-90% fear. For most elected officials, hearing from their neighbors, hey, what are we doing? Like, this is moving so fast. Why don't we get a say?
I can't imagine they're not hearing it. We're all hearing it.
All the time. And I tell you, every time I introduce a new AI policy in the campaign, I get texts from Congress members. Hey, this is great. Love this, and I always respond, introduce it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to be there for 7 months. This is moving fast. Like, I'll help you write the bill. Like, let's go. Let's get it out there. And then it's crickets. And they know it's the right thing to do. They're just so scared of the money on the other side.
Yeah, part of me feels, and this is the cynical take, that the window of 2024 was so important on this issue and that electeds kind of blew it. Like, it feels to me as if, why weren't we talking about AI regulation throughout that election? Like, why weren't we talking about the future of work during that election? Like, I worry that 4 years from now, those impacts are here more so than it's a thing that people still can be kind of proactively regulated against.
This super PAC that's attacking me, they only have to win for an election cycle or two.
Right.
Like, now is the moment. Yeah. Now is the moment. And so they can go so big right now because they don't have to spend this forever. Like, if they lock in a power structure where just a few billionaires get to decide how all of this works, that might be a lot harder to change in 4 years than if we just get it right now.
Assemblyman Boris, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Up next, how a race in Upper Manhattan and the Bronx highlights the splits among the Democratic Party nationally. We asked Daria Abuela-Chevier, a Democratic socialist running in New York's 13th congressional district, the question that's on a lot of Democrats' minds right now: how far left is too far left? Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time.
Was a 57,000
Daria, New York's 13th congressional district composes Manhattan's West Side, including parts of Harlem and the Bronx. If you don't live in those districts, if you don't necessarily care about these districts, why should this race still matter to you?
Well, this is a race that is going to have national implications, and I think the things that we're fighting for in this district apply to people across the country. I'm running to win housing for all, to abolish ICE, to make sure that our tax dollars stop going towards these endless wars so that we can finally invest in our babies here and not in bombs that are destroying communities abroad.
Yeah, part of my interest in this race is a question of generational change. Democrats everywhere have been thinking about kind of younger candidates even after the 2024 election. And I wondered for you, what was the moment when you looked out at your representative at your district and thought, I should get in here?
I actually never thought that I would run for office. I was recruited to run. And for me, it really isn't so much about age. It's about the lack of presence that we felt as a community from our representative. And I'm somebody who's been organizing in the city for over 14 years around various issues around mass incarceration, around immigration, justice around Palestine. And not once had I heard from my representative, despite the numerous times that I'd reached out.
Like, how much should we draw a line from Zohran Mamdani's win in New York City last year to candidacies like yours? Obviously, there's the DSA link, but there seems to be a broader sense of new voices, particularly on the left, emerging. Like, does this candidacy happen without Mamdani winning last
night?
I think what was so incredible about the mayor's race last year was that he presented a vision. He was no longer giving us just a
DSA has much higher approval numbers than the Democrats for at large.
Cynicism and why we should be afraid of the other guy. It was a vision for us to hold on to be able to fight for. And, that is a vision I share, a vision of government that is actually responsive to the people of the city. And that's why I started canvassing for him and leading canvasses when he was still polling at 1%.
Yeah.
And, early on, and I was knocking doors in Harlem and Washington Heights, and folks were like, well, we love the vision, but can he win?
I think that's right.
And
that's
now,
the payload,
6 months into his role as mayor, right, people are starting to believe again that government can actually work for working people. And that is the type of government that we have presented in our vision.
I know they're plentiful.
Let's dig into the substance of this. Your opponent, Congressman Adriano Espaillat, is the first Dominican-American elected to Congress, first formerly undocumented person in Congress. He is the chair currently of the Hispanic Caucus, and I think fair to say a trailblazing figure in New York politics and Latino politics, probably nationally. I mean, all of that feels like a lot of weighty things that I think a lot of folks in the electorate know him by. Why is that not enough for you?
Well, again, in the last 10 years that he has been in office, my neighbors and I look around and we wonder what has gotten better. Because I'm somebody who has had to think about whether I can afford to stay in the city that I love, despite doing everything that society has told me was the right thing to do. I went to college. I went to grad school. I was working on my PhD to become a professor. And still, I got priced out of the career that I was working towards and wondering whether I could make my rent and teach the classes I wanted to teach, right? And for so many, that is the reality. And so, the things that people are facing day in and day out, uptown in the Bronx, are the results of the failed leadership that we've had for far too long. The lack of fight, right? The lack of a vision for how we address these issues. And we had an example last year of how that can change when we put in folks in office who actually share our values. It's not enough to share identity. We also have to share our values and share our fight and share a commitment to winning for our people.
I see the differences in political style and priority. I wanted to see, what are the differences in policy? Can you point to me a vote that the congressman...
They were literally like, DSA is racist because they have like a large number of their electeds are fucking people of color. And it's like, you're so racist, you like, your committee, like your organization, like decided to put people of color in power to pursue your racist agenda. I mean, you said, well, like, if no one else is gonna do it, I'll do it. I mean, that's good. That's the right way to do it, though. Like, you want to run for office, you, like, tell your fucking people in your org, I want to run for office. How do we get it done? Like, that's what you're supposed to do, not fucking parachute into a district and say I'm running for office.
That's taken in Washington.
Is that a GameCube on the wall
Not
behind
only is
him?
it votes, right? He is someone who refuses to align with the position that most Democrats in this country hold, which is that we need to stop arming Israel, and has voted time and time again to send more arms to Israel, despite the fact that we live in the second poorest congressional district in the state and by some measures the country, and could really benefit from having those resources come back to our home, to our community.
Second only to Richie Torres
the residents of NY13, share the priorities that you do? I mean, I remember hearing from Democrats in 2024 that voters don't prioritize foreign policy, that, they're more concerned with the kind of affordability question. They're more concerned with things like constituent services from their member of Congress. Like, how are you sure that the priorities that you have and that kind of motivated you to run against the congressman are shared by the district?
I think that the district understands, right, that we are constantly being told that there are not enough resources for us while watching a live stream genocide being committed with our tax dollars.
So it's a connecting the affordability question to the money.
It is a direct connection, and I think people understand that, right? Where we have folks who are 26% of our people are living below the poverty line. Mm-hmm. Our budgets are moral documents. They tell us exactly what we actually prioritize in our society. And when we have a representative who is voting to send billions upon billions of dollars to endless war and to slaughter, what that tells us is that, they are more concerned with sending that money there than bringing it back to our communities.
It's kind of an America First argument from the left, it sounds like.
In many ways, I think it's an argument about life, right? It's an argument of making sure that our resources are investing in life and not in death. And I think we save lives abroad, but we're also saving lives here, right? By investing in our communities here.
I wanted to ask about kind of the differences between 5 years
ago.
Even
if it was a just war, I don't know what just war would look like, but let's say that like their lies were accurate. Like, people, I think, would still rather prioritize their own community, and that's completely reasonable.
And now, maybe the woke one versus woke two difference, partly I remember back to even when Mayor Mamdani was running, and I remember asking him questions about previous positions he had on abolishing police and defunding, and he really pivoted from that stuff, said that he had made a change in mind or that he kind of believed that stuff in error. You tweeted once, "A world without prisons or police is possible, necessary, and the only moral way forward." I wanted to ask, do you still believe that? And if not, what specifically changed?
I think what is often ignored in these types of questions is that at the heart of our movement for justice is public safety, making sure that we're actually increasing safety. Mm-hmm. I am someone who works at a public defender's office, and I see how the vast majority of the clients we work with are Black and brown people who are living through the indignity of poverty. And the way that we use policing as a response to that, right, as opposed to actually investing in the things that will increase public safety, that will make their lives more dignified, that will make the lives of our entire community more dignified, I think often gets lost in this conversation. Mm-hmm. And in a time where we are spending more and more money to militarize our police force, why is it that we still feel so deeply unsafe?
Mm-hmm. But I think that's still a little distinct from the question I'm asking, which is, do you think in their current, 2026, that police hold a role in the public safety arsenal?
And the thing is, they are, right? They're here, right? And that is how we have been engaging with this question of public safety impunity for so long that, of course, we're not going to get rid of the police overnight. And that was really never my argument.
I guess it's
but
the only moral way forward.
What I would like to, to that is that
saving lives by fixing
I'm
potholes.
saying then and now, and I know that we're probably going to get to this question of how I discussed these issues in the past, but what I'm saying is that the moral way forward is to make sure that we are creating the conditions where we all feel so safe in our society that we don't need an institution that is militarized.
I want to ask about a couple other deleted tweets. You deleted more than 3,500 tweets after running for office. Before I ask about the specific ones, I just wanted to ask, how do you think about, in hindsight, that kind of 2019, 2020 moment?
Yeah, well, just to make the record clear, I did not delete those tweets because I was running for office. I deleted my entire Twitter account many years ago because I just found it was more productive to just be focused on my PhD and focused on my organizing.
That part is definitely agreeable. Logging off is always helpful.
I deleted the account, the entire account. And I know that there's a lot of discourse. My opponent is spreading around me doing this because I'm running for office, but that's simply not true.
Okay.
And, I do have regrets on how I expressed my values on Twitter, because my values are around dignity, it's around accountability, it's around justice, and I think rhetoric matters. I certainly wouldn't use a lot of the language that I used back then today, and I think it's deeply important that we use language that is unifying, language that allows people who might not at first understand where you're coming from, but can still hear you and can come to a place of empathy and understanding.
You have to.
In that era, there was a lot of pressure to be, woker than thou, right? And that has gotten us to a point where a lot of people groan or roll their eyes, right? And that has been so counterproductive to the things that we're actually fighting for.
I appreciate that answer. I want to still ask about two tweets specifically because I think they are relevant to the race. The first is all deportation is wrong. Now, in Congress, obviously, that comes with a lot of questions about immigration enforcement. And even as Democrats might agree with calls that you have shared to things like abolish ICE, I don't know if they're necessarily there on things like all deportation is wrong. You're talking about kind of language change. That's pretty clear in terms of belief. Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong.
Even if we're talking about illegal entry to the country or someone who may have committed a crime?
So when we're talking about things like illegal entry, we're actually talking about administrative laws, right? We're not talking about criminal law.
That's not a crime.
And we
if
really need to make
illegally comes in and then commits a crime, then sure. But other than that, yeah, I'm sure they do. I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna vote based on fucking woke tweets in 2019 or 2020 or whatever. I don't think that matters. Everyone gets it. I think there's gonna be a lot of fucking shit libs pretending otherwise, but I think, listen to her. She sounds smart, sensible. She sounds like she'd be really good at this. The way she deals with his barbs too, his little jabs, I think is really good. It makes her look like the mature one, and him like some fucking gutter gossip, silly shit. She's like, we got genocide, we got problems at home. You want to talk about the nuance of how I talked about deportations 6 years ago.
Have an understanding of what it is that we are doing when we say that people who are non-citizens, who have a different status based on where they were born, why they should endure an additional form of punishment when they have already gone through the criminal system.
Let me concede the question of people who have not committed a crime, because I think that that's not really the question at hand. If we're saying all deportation is wrong, though, that would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes, and the reason I say that is because we have a criminal system. It is imperfect, but it exists. And it is one that if we accept as the process by which we want to engage with these issues, right, then we need to make sure that it is one that isn't also discriminatory on the basis of where people were born, right? To subject someone who has committed a crime to both a criminal system and then additionally to an immigration system that also detains them in the very same facilities that people who are convicted of criminal convictions are also held, right? And then deported and ripped away from everything they know and love. That is also punishment. It is double punishment. And if we truly believe that double jeopardy is something that is unconstitutional, something that is unethical, we cannot subject people to that on the basis of where they were born. And I also believe that the question of deportation is one that is deeply racist. It is one that believes that because someone was born outside of this country, that they deserve one of the most cruel forms of punishment imaginable, to be stripped away from your entire community.
I hear that argument. I appreciate you laying it out. The last tweet I will ask about is really one that, I just think comes up because Democrats and language like you're talking about. You tweeted fuck Kamala Harris, which I do have to ask about. Like, how does that fit within the premise of bringing people in that you laid out?
And to the point, it's not language I would use. And, I'm a black woman. I would have loved to see a black woman president, right? And despite my many criticisms, I still voted.
Yep.
I still voted for Biden and Harris, right? And I think what that reflects is how so many black and brown people are constantly having to save the Democratic Party from itself, right? We're constantly being told that we need to vote for people who don't necessarily align with our values or fighting for the same visions that we hold, but because we need to do that because there's this other force over here that is more terrifying.
Yeah. The Trump binary.
Exactly.
Republicans are so scary that, you might have your criticisms, but you got to eat it for the purposes of winning.
And what I'm arguing is that it's not enough, right? We need Democrats who are presenting a vision that people want to actually come out and vote for.
What do you think a win would mean and what would a loss mean? Like, let's say you come out on top that day. What is that about? And let's say you don't. What would that be about?
I really feel really great about where we're at this campaign, and so I'm not going to put anything negative into the air. But I do, I've been really excited about just building this campaign because I think it's going to have an impact on not just District 13, but the entire country. I think what it will show is that, Mayor Mamdani's win last year wasn't a fluke, that people really believe in these values, that they believe in this vision that we're fighting for, and that they desperately want and are hungry for a government that is actually responsive to them. One that they can be part of every single day of their lives, one that is actually invested in them and in building a politics of life.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. I appreciate you laying out your vision, and we'll see how this ends up.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. So, following this interview, we reached out to Congressman Espaillat's campaign to get a response to Chevalier's claims that he hasn't delivered for his district and that he's prioritized interest abroad over interest at home. And we didn't hear back from the campaign. But I think that lack of response speaks to the broader argument that Daria, Lisa, and Alex are making. Yes, it's one about an affirmative vision for progressives and the left, but it's also a critique. One that says you gotta try something new because the establishment is simply out of touch. America Actually will be in your feeds every Saturday with an interesting interview in politics.
Yeah. I mean, I have it sped up though. So it is 1.25. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The genocide was a red line, it was so gross. Like, I don't, I live in a blue state, so it doesn't matter, but like that completely reasonable. Especially her, she's in New York, man. You don't have to vote for them. Vote for PSL. Like, vote for someone good. I don't know if that's true or not, also, by the way, but that's a good, she handled that, I think, really well. Because that's an issue. Again, it's like one of those things, it's very Trumpian, the way she counterattacks, right? It's not even, like, she's not even, like, overtly attacking, but she is, like, she's pointing out, like, the logical fallacies or whatever, like, the ridiculous framing of those he went through, like, all the attacks, basically, right, that I've seen so far. I'm sure there's more, but, like, he, gave her an opportunity to respond to all of them, and I think she handled it, like, really well. Like, again, like, the way that she responded to it, it made them look silly for even bringing it up. What was I going to say at the last point? Voting for the Democrats. The way she did that, too, because it's like, people, like, the way she doesn't get bogged down in the thorny questions of, like, race and Democratic Party politics and whatnot, I thought was also really good. Like, that's kind of what, like, I was saying about Chris Robb last week, or whenever that was. He kept turning unrelated questions into, like, monologues on the fucking, the role of, like, race and left-wing politics and stuff, and, like, just, it's going to go over a lot of people's heads, it's going to annoy other people, and it's not responsive to the issues, and it's like, you're not like, this isn't, we need, like, populism, right? We don't need, like, your PhD thesis on breaking points, you know? Yeah. I mean, he's pretty libby, but he's like one of the good ones, I think. Like, he seems to be open-minded. Like, he definitely comes from like the centrist. Like, he works for Vox, you know? But I think he like is less bad faith than some of the other people. Like, Alright, what was that article he wrote? He wrote an article last year or 2 years ago that I liked. It was like a defense of unintentional defense of the left, right? Where's Valdez? She's in 7? What's her district? Yeah, 7. Okay. Mondani's campaign knocked on 1 million doors in a city of 8 million, 12.5% of the city's population. Rob's campaign knocked on 100,000 doors in a district of 700,000, 14.3% of the area's population. Valdez's campaign has knocked doors of 35.7% of the district's population. Yeah. This is what I always say about the left. Like, we can brute force it, you know? If we get a shitload of volunteers, we can knock 35% of the doors. Because I think when you talk to somebody, you have a very good chance of convincing them to vote for your guy. To the news as closely as we do, not profiting from it, you know? I mean, it is wrong, yeah. Like, the amount of effort we put into following it, we should get paid for it. But maybe not with this race. I mean, I feel like there's probably better opportunities that I need to remember to be on the lookout for. I don't want to be like that other guy, though. The fucking, you know, the Kalshi sales rep. That would be nice, though, wouldn't it?
Plattner, this guy who's running in the state of Maine where I live.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have strong. He's a Democrat. He's liberal. I don't have strong feelings about it. But rather than like respond to what the guy's positions
Did I bet on the USA to win the World Cup?
They just have called him a Nazi for the last month because he had a tattaoo that was not a swastika,
I'm gonna do that.
but apparently he was connected to the German military at some point. It's not even clear he knew that. But he's just they've attacked the guy in his personal life. It's like they don't like him because he's not sufficiently supportive of Israel. Plattner, this.
Great take from Tucker. Look at that. Great take, bud. Belgium versus Iran. New Zealand and Egypt. Wow. Look at that, dude. I think New Zealand might do it. 555. I can make $450 off this. New Zealand look pretty fucking good, man. That left wing they have, he's good. Tie. It's probably going to be a tie. It's going to be 2-2 or 3-3. Jordan and Algeria? I don't know. I didn't even realize those teams had qualified. What the fuck groups are they in? Jordan and Algeria qualified? What? England's gonna win that. I kind of like Panama though. Panama over Croatia. We gotta find a game where like we know that the team is good and everybody else is going for like the the more famous team or whatever. Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah, Algeria is decent. I don't know who plays for Jordan's got some hitters too, I bet. Canada? I mean, this is going to be a tie too, I bet. Qatar might win this. I mean, I'll put some money on Qatar. Scotland. Scotland's overrated. Yeah, what game should we bet on? Uzbekistan. I mean, maybe that might be a tie. That might be a good bet. That's Jordan, Algeria. Norway, Senegal. How much do you get if you bet on the favorite? That's still pretty good, dude. $100 on Norway gets you $220. This is better odds than all the fucking those political races. We should be doing this, man. Wait, so you can bet on Egypt to lose instead of betting on New Zealand to win? I don't get it. What is that? What's the difference? You get more for no. Oh, because they might tie, I guess? Oh. Hmm. How about $50? That's $50 gets $277. So get you $8 if you bet on New Zealand to lose. What is this? Trade number? What is all this? I don't like the looks of this. They're selling their bids? Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, fuck. So is this somebody who just bought $1.27 million worth of New Zealand nose? What? Price is 84 cents now. Why would you buy it at 99 cents? I guess this is chronological. So at some point somebody, or was that the beginning of the bet gambling? So it went on sale at 99 cents. Somebody, this many people bought it, and then the odds changed, and this many people bought it. Then the odds changed, and this many people bought it. And that. I see, okay. So trending. I can't tell. I guess I would need to know the time period. Yes is getting more expensive, right? I mean, it's got to be rigged in like 8 ways to Sunday. I think the New Zealand, Egypt, I feel like New Zealand is the sleeper bet. Can I bet on them to lose or tie? But that would just be no, right? Alright, whatever. Sorry.
I am a Ferrari. God gave me a Ferrari because I am a Ferrari.
Tithing is a test. He gave his son, and you want to argue about 10%.
I don't care if you ain't got but 2 nickels. Give him the first one.
Millions of Christians donate to their church every week. And why wouldn't they? It's biblical, it's generous, and it goes to a nonprofit. What could go wrong?
Can I get another amen? I'm challenging you to sow $133.
Well, it turns out the nonprofit designation is one of the most powerful legal and financial protections in all American law. And some religious organizations, unfortunately, have become extraordinarily wealthy using their nonprofit status.
$53 billion is stolen every year.
You idiot. Mind your own business.
In fact, some of the most powerful financial institutions in America are not banks, they are churches. The Mormon Church, for example, reportedly controls $350 billion in assets.
So when I look at these NBA stars, like some of the richest athletes in the world, the LDS Church could own every franchise 2 times over, and they'd still have billions in the bank.
Celebrity pastors like Franklin Graham have charities that have accumulated billions of dollars. They amass wealth based on donations.
In the for-profit world, if you went out and raised money for something like this and didn't build it, that would be called fraud. but in the religious world, we call it faith.
Filmmaker Nathan Apfel set out to find out what is happening here. He traveled across the country investigating churches, ministries, religious nonprofits. At one point, he got arrested for asking too many questions.
You have been warned for criminal trespass. You are being detained.
But he did, in the end, uncover a system that too few Americans ever get to see.
How far are we going to push that? Until I'm comfortable to take her back to the church, I'm not going to stop asking these questions.
This is not a series that attacks faith. This is a series that attacks people who are using faith to get rich.
At what point do we call this not only a business, but a straight up scam?
We have a new multi-part series called The Religion Business, and it covers it all. It's now available at tuckercarlson.com.
Should we watch it? I don't want to watch it. Tucker crushing it though, huh? Haters. Wait, I want to watch this first.
Strict security is in place here in Bergenstock, where possibly the most consequential meeting for the Middle East is about to take place. This place is owned by the Qatari government and has been previously home to a similar diplomatic meeting during the Ukraine war. I'm about to take you into the meeting.
It's admirable of him, like, picking a fight with those guys. You know, they're so powerful on the right. And I think, you know, so much of the MAGA base is, you know, in some incredibly toxic relationship with their pastor. These mega church pastors are awful. And again, it's like how they build this legitimacy for Israel. It's like, oh, my pastor says Israel's good, you know? And it's like they disseminate their talking points and they're way too powerful and unaccountable. It's like the same way that the Iranian Revolution was organized in the church. It's like they're organized in the church. The right, you know. Sounds like he bought the series. Oh, he bought it from somebody else. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, Royal Gemstone shit, exactly. The Tornadoes? Is that a sports club? I think, did Spurs play SK Braun one year? I feel like I remember playing them.
Media center where it is completely empty. There's very few media personnel who've been able to gain access. That is why this is such prime location for these meetings, because it is secluded and the entry to this place, it can be controlled quite effectively. This is the Iran-US 14 points that are going to be coming under discussion. What an extraordinary turn of events here on Saturday as the entire situation was about to fall apart. Then we saw the Pakistani Interior Minister making his way to Tehran, the Qatari Foreign Minister and Prime Minister here in Bergenstock. Both sides, the mediators who've been crucial in bringing these sides together, have been able to bring it closer one more time. The biggest sticking point remains the first point of the Memorandum of Understanding, which stipulates that both sides need to abide by the agreement and respect each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty. That includes Lebanon, and that's where the Israeli attacks have continued, and that's why Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz. In terms of the delegates here, we know that Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, and Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, are both here. The Qatari foreign minister is already here, has been holding a number of important meetings. We're also hearing from the Pakistanis that they are also going to be arriving with high levels of engagement. And the Interior Minister is already part of this. We're hearing the foreign minister, who has actually traveled to Cairo for the Quad meeting between Pakistan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. This is where the meeting is going to take place. Again, this is the press center, which is completely empty. We're expecting that there's going to be more press personnel who are going to be here when the actual event takes place. But Now, the entire focus is not on the next phase of implementing the 14 points, but it's actually coming back. Commitment for commitment, implementation, not just a signing ceremony. So it is going to be extremely crucial for these sides to come together in the presence of the mediators and be able to make this a successful mediated effort so that there could be peace between Iran and the United States and by extension the wider Middle East. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, at the Bergenstock Resort in Switzerland.
Bergenstock Resort. Cool.
The United States and Iran are preparing for high-level talks in Switzerland on Sunday, 3 days after signing a memorandum of understanding on ending the war. There's been uncertainty about the status of the talks after Iran announced earlier that it was closing the Strait of Hormuz because of Israeli violations of the ceasefire in Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance is on his way now to Switzerland and has said he's hopeful they'll make progress on the nuclear issue and on Lebanon. An Iranian delegation led by the Speaker of Parliament has arrived in Switzerland too. Tehran says it's sending its negotiating team to Switzerland to ensure the U.S. adheres to the commitments in the Memorandum of Understanding. High-level delegations from Pakistan and Qatar are also taking part as mediators. The U.S. Vice President says diplomatic efforts must continue to ensure the ceasefire in Lebanon is implemented by both Israel and Hezbollah.
Marco and the entire team have been actively managing what's going on in Lebanon. Despite the headlines, things are actually getting better there. Things have calmed down a little bit. It's going to be something we're just going to have to continuously manage to ensure that, Israel and Lebanon are both safe and secure. That's fundamentally the goal of this, is to make the whole region safe and secure. The big problem is that you have somebody will shoot and then somebody will respond, and you kind of have a chicken and egg problem where you just got to stop the scene for long enough to get the ceasefire to hold. That's what we're going to try
get on the fucking plane, dude.
Things have gotten better.
Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. for us. Ross, so J.D. Vance on his way to Switzerland, sounding positive about the talks.
The vice president spoke very briefly to reporters who were traveling separately from him and his wife, the Second Lady Usha Vance, on their way to Switzerland for talks expected to begin later on Sunday with the Iranian delegation. The vice president said that he expects that the U.S. will focus not just on putting on limits on Iran's nuclear ambitions, but also dealing with the ongoing efforts to stabilize the ceasefire in Lebanon, as we just heard him say on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base. The vice president also said he expected the Iranians will bring their own priorities to the table and that he feels that there's going to be robust discussion. The vice president only said that he could only be there for a couple of days. He didn't specify why, but it is important to note that this would be the first of several engagements expected over the 60-day period that is covered by the Memorandum of Understanding, which was signed by the U.S. President Donald Trump in France last week.
Well, Roz, there was a great deal of uncertainty about whether these talks would go ahead after Iran's Revolutionary Guard announced that it had once again closed the Strait of Hormuz, saying that Israel's bombardment of southern Lebanon is a breach of the ceasefire. It's warned vessels not to approach the maritime passage, saying their security would be otherwise compromised. But the U.S. military disputed Iran's claims that it had closed the waterway, saying it is open, and that U.S. forces were monitoring the situation to ensure it remains that way. So, Roz, what have we heard from the Trump administration about the Strait of Hormuz following Iran's announcement?
He has to get back to doing dare performance for a bunch of middle schoolers.
Well, the U.S. President Donald Trump, who is at Camp David this weekend, did take to his social media platform Truth Social on Saturday and said that in response to reports that the Iranian government is contemplating imposing fees or tolls on commercial vessels that are transiting the Strait of Hormuz, despite the 60-day waiver period called for in the Memorandum of Understanding. The U.S. president said that there would be no charging by the Iranian government, either during the 60-day ceasefire, as he put it, or after the 60-day period has expired, the period, of course, being at which there should be a final agreement between Iran and the U.S. ending the war that started on February 28th. Now, while the Memorandum of Understanding does not specify that the Iranians have the legal right to impose fees after the 60-day period, the Iranians certainly believe that they do have that right.
They do.
But the U.S. president said if anyone's collecting any tolls after that period, it will be the U.S. government doing so from countries, especially those in the region that have come to count on it to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to allow safe passage of their commercial vessels.
Ross, thank you very much for that. That's Al Jazeera's Roslyn Jordan reporting there from Washington, D.C. And here now is Mohammed Val in Tehran with more on what the Iranian government has been saying about the upcoming talks in Switzerland.
They said their delegation that is going to Geneva or Switzerland is not going there to negotiate or to start those technical talks that will take 60 days for the final phase of this peace process between Iran and the United States. Instead, they're going there to drive home the idea that Iran is not going to move forward in the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding unless the Israelis abide by the agreement. And the Americans are bearing the responsibility for that. The Americans have to guarantee that the Israelis comply. And that's the purpose of this visit. So it's not a visit for the intended negotiations or expected negotiations for the final agreement. And the Iranians also are taking other measures. They have announced the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And they said that they will continue to do that until the agreement is implemented. They are talking about the first article, which is a ceasefire in Lebanon, talking about 4 other articles, 2 of them related to the Strait of Hormuz itself and the American side of the implementation, and the other 2 are to do
the American side is not implementing it very well.
Sanctions and also the unfreezing of Iranian assets abroad. So there is quite a lot of things the Iranians are doing and saying to make sure that now we are stuck at the first phase of this peace process, and that if the memorandum is not respected, particularly those 5 points, then there is no need. And there is no need for the 2 sides to go ahead.
Well, the success of the talks in Switzerland depends heavily on developments in Lebanon. Israel has been bombarding the south of Lebanon despite pressure from Washington to create space for diplomacy. Dozens of people have been killed in the past few days, taking the total number of Lebanese killed to more than 4,000 since March 2nd. Yet the Israeli military says it remains committed to the ceasefire agreement while acting against threats to its forces. Noor Odeh reports from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Israeli media is reporting that the Israeli Prime Minister and his Minister of Defense have instructed the army to stay put in occupied Lebanese territory, but to halt fire, excluding the battles that continue to rage in that hill near Nabatiyeh, where Israeli soldiers were killed and injured over the past 48 hours. The battles in that strategic location are reportedly scheduled to continue on track. But Israel considers this an implementation of the ceasefire and says that unless Hezbollah fires at its occupying forces, it will not be attacking Lebanon. The situation in Lebanon has threatened to derail upcoming talks in Switzerland, and that is what is at stake, really. The divergence of positions between the U.S. that wants to see this ceasefire with Iran hold, to see negotiations succeed and move on to a final deal. Israel, that views that memorandum of understanding as a political disaster, doesn't want to leave the occupied territory in Lebanon. In the middle of all of that are upcoming elections in Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister having to balance between trying to stay alive politically and to keep that strategic alliance that Israel cannot gamble away with the United States. That is what will judge and what will control the measures that Israel takes in the coming hours and days.
Who's this lady?
Noor Odeh, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, Palestine.
So talks now expected to begin on Sunday in Switzerland. Osama bin Javed is in Birkenstock with a look ahead to what we can expect when the talks take place. He's one of the very few journalists who was given access to the venue of the summit.
Strict security is in place here in Bergenstock, where possibly the most consequential meeting for the Middle East is about to take place. This place is owned by the Qatari government and has been previously home to a similar diplomatic meeting during the Ukraine war. I'm about to take you into the media center, where it is completely empty. There's very few media personnel who've been able to gain access. That is why this is such prime location for these meetings, because it
I still can't find my f***ing mask, bro! Alright, guys. The email might be fake. T-shirt. I just found out as soon as I uploaded the fucking video. Apparently there's this like crazed H3 fan, right? Who's been sending a lot of people fake cease and desist letters, pretending to be a real lawyer.
That's funny.
Like a real guy. It's a real guy's name in the email. I looked it up, but it's not him. Shout out to Chris Kunzler for figuring that out, bro. Because it happened to him. He spoke to the actual law firm that this email was representing, and they didn't send that shit. Sweet! Shout out Gokanaru for trying to look into it for me. He ain't respond yet, but he'll probably turn up that it's probably fake. Thank you for everyone who supported me. Thank you to Living Ironically in Europe for being on Ethan's side. A lot of you guys figured it out, actually, as soon as I uploaded the video.
And he's made a video claiming he's being sued by Ethan Klein. I don't care because I'm not a retard.
What the fuck?
So anyone falling for this is kind of retard, including probably Wow Mao himself.
Why did he call you a retard? What did you do to him, man?
Why did I fall for it? I don't know what a cease and desist letter looks like, bro. I was like, yeah, fuck it. That's probably fucking real. Sounds like something he'd do. Ethan? Alright, you didn't send it, bro. You're innocent. You're not even.
Dude, he's gonna send you a new one now because you're slandering him now.
The genocide of Palestine. But maybe you still like a cheeky bag. Oh, and also, I was lying about being broke. That was a bit for the video. World time, bro.
Dude, I guys, broke,
get it. It's World's birthday, bro. We gotta
subscribe.
Do it.
Please.
The 5th birthday badge. Soar.
Took him to the carnival tonight. It was so expensive. Oh my fucking god. Unbelievable. It's like $10 a ride or whatever. It's ridiculous. Oh, dude, they got that Lauren Eisenhower video. You want to see some fucking deep crank. She's like what I'd call a fucking a far left crankist. Like, she's not even an ultra. She's like past the ultras. She's like one of those communists who's like, you know, doesn't even engage with like bourgeois liberalism. She's like off the crank scale. I mean, she's probably right, but you know. Dude, Gerb going back and forth with Kristen Ellen. Oh yeah, dude, Oliver Tree. I didn't realize he was into crank shit. Dude, did he really make a documentary in Antarctica? We should watch it. Is he really dead? Really? He got too close to the truth?
All sorts of different things that they come up with by themselves.
Do you think Nick Mullen knows? Before he danced on his grave?
Andy, what are you excited about for tonight? This is Oliver's
I'm hoping to suck Oliver's dick. I think he kind of likes me. He both mostly like girls, but like every time
Is that what's his name? Bob Dylan?
Awesome, and I hope that that's all right. You guys, because a lot of what laughs in the back.
I want to see him go to Antarctica.
on me right now.
Is that his fans? Is that Annie Mil? Oh, that was Annie Milonakis. Oh, okay. Annie Milonakis.
Today.
Prosperous? Dude, I'm sure Prosperous.
Well, what are your names? Jake? And what do you expect?
Why can't I get enough subscribers to go to Antarctica?
And what are your expectations? I love you so much. You're so cool. I'm a film. You like you person in a pill bottle.
That's like a tiny person?
Yeah.
That looks like we'll be playing the film and then the second.
To show your movie?
Yeah.
But you like showing your movie.
No, I want to show the movie, but the machine is broken. All right, I'm gonna have to talk to everyone.
Wait.
You know where Paul is? I gotta talk to
Yeah, Twitch tabs. Look at that. He's on my head. Don't call me a cheesehead.
Uh-oh. Something's happening.
Why aren't the alerts going off?
Let's go.
Are the
Maybe
alerts
Oliver
going
needs
off?
our help.
Hello?
Oh,
Is
that's
this fucking
weird.
thing on?
Thanks, dude.
You guys, can we turn that music off, please? Is everybody in here?
I can see why Mossad wanted to kill
in here
him.
who's outside? You guys, okay, wait. This is a really fucked up, but... Okay, so I'm gonna try to explain this to you guys without having a little breakdown. So we talked to the people who run the projectors, and one of the main projectors is down right now. So I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to show the movie tonight.
What?
There's two options. So we can potentially play the music on the speakers, but we're not sure. We're looking for a specific USB-C to HDMI. If anybody has
I
one
have
on
one
you,
right here.
please bring it over to Paul. He's the guy in the
I
orange.
have two, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, so if
Someone
you guys
probably
have a
has one.
USB-C to HDMI, please bring it over to Paul in the orange. And the other option is, if you guys want, we could potentially play the movie on my laptop. So,
Dude,
that
what
sounds
are
like
these
a good
people,
fucking
man? Who
plan.
the fuck are these people?
If anyone wants to come closer, it's going to be a little bit hard to see. But please, you're really.
This guy's not for real, is he? Right?
Almost 100 years later, Alien Boy Films continued producing cult classics like the rockumentary Operation Magic School Bus and the LSD Road Trip to Nova Scotia, starring and produced by
sounds
my
like a
great
joke.
uncle, the late great tambourine player Otis Juniper Tree, who opened up for the Grateful Dead at Woodstock '69. And fast forward another 50 years to 2024, where I, Oliver Tree, direct and produce all of my own music videos, social media content, as well as unreleased classic documentaries such as the creation of the world's biggest scooter, how to make a $2 million music video. And that one time Oliver Tree was banned from the military.
We're inside a live army tank right now. Fuck that.
So without further ado, enjoy the show. From the mind of Oliver Tree. And definitely not a government-fueled propaganda from the United States of America. Although I must thank
Is he actually
Congressman
dead,
Jeremiah
though?
Jeffrey and the Jeremiah Jeffrey Foundation for Arts and Crafts for a small loan of $10 million of hardworking taxpayers' money. Cheerio. Cut. See what I'm saying? It's gonna make me look legit. We live in a society where the internet tells us we're never good enough. Never having fun enough. Never pretty enough.
We are not alone in this universe. In the distant constellation of Zeta Reticuli, also known as the anus of the Milky Way, the greatest band to ever exist is finally coming to planet Earth.
I don't like it. Are state governments involved in investigating?
Restricted audiences only by the Jeremiah Jeffrey Film Institute of Antarctica. This movie contains gruesome imagery, such as making out with grandmas, full frontal male nudity, ugly men getting punched in the no-no spot, as well as naughty words and potty jokes written by my 5-year-old nephew, Little Bubba Jr.
After disappearing for years, the next chapter begins. Oliver Tree's true magnum opus, the same sound you fell in love with, now returns for the 4th studio album by the bowl-cut legend and a ridiculously epic odyssey. Recorded over 2 years in over 80 countries, 7 continents, with tribes in Africa, from Antarctica to Afghanistan. The documentary series, The One-Man Band, and the greatest album ever recorded across planet Earth. Love you madly, hate you badly.
My name's Oliver Tree. I'm out here in Antarctica. I've been here for about a year, and I'm recording my album.
Wow, he's actually there, huh? I didn't think he was actually gonna be there. I thought it was just gonna be like snow somewhere. Secret Director of Stargate.
What's up, guys? My name is Oliver Tree. It's a pleasure to be here. This is my 64th consecutive week here in Antarctica.
He was actually down there for 64.
364 of
Really?
me being in Antarctica, and today is the day that I play my album for my parents.
I'm Christine Nickel. I'm Oliver's mother.
Are they down there
Jesse
too?
Nichols III, Oliver's pops.
So last Christmas, before I came to Antarctica, I was at my parents' house.
Huh.
I opened up a box of pictures and I find an ancient photograph. This black and white picture, probably from the 1930s or 1920s. He's got a drum on his back, he's got an accordion, he's got all these crazy instruments. Who is he? I asked my mom, who is he? I asked my dad, who is he? This man was my fucking grandfather. My grandfather was the original one-man band. He was the first person to ever conceive the idea. So in honor of his legacy, I want to take it to where my grandfather could not. I wanted to do it in ways he could never dream of.
Remember when he came home for Christmas and he went up in the attic and he looked through all those photos and he found one of his grandfather.
John Nickel, yeah.
Yeah.
And he died penniless, and he's following his footsteps. It's like history repeats itself.
He actually had talent.
Yeah.
So based off of my grandfather, who was the original one-man band, I am making the modern version of it, which would essentially allow me to play out anywhere since I got a drum pad here, which will allow me to make beats. Not bad. I'll be like fucking Frankenstein one-man band. Woo! So here we have my chesty. It's an onboard live mixing rig, fully analog of course. Basically designed to take a bulletproof vest around it, and be able to mix an entire live orchestra, which is unnecessary because it's just me, but you never know when that could come in handy. And in the back, I have a full onboard rig, and this is what attaches to the back. Ooh! Still getting everything situated, but you can see there's never too much Velcro. Yeah, this will allow me to be able to do beats anywhere. I built this setup so that I could record out here on the ice to get the full inspiration in Mother Nature in all her glory. It's gonna sound good. I'm making a drum and bass banger today. There it is.
This is pretty cool.
Oh man, this is gonna sound so good. Blend is crazy on this one, dude. The bass is, it's like a dubstep wobble. It is so fat, dude. I'm beat, dude. Those beats were gnarly today. It was like mixing like rockabilly with dubstep. Like some of the shit I'm touching on, like ain't nobody doing, man. That's why I had to come out here to the
1 billion hits on the YouTube banger.
Wow. Where ain't nobody going to make beats. First major label artist to ever do it. Spent my entire recording budget coming out here and living in Antarctica for 1 year so I can make an album like nothing that's come before. This is legendary, dude. I'm thinking Grammys. Ah, man. I just can't wait for my parents to get here so I can show them. They're gonna love it. I'll take you for a ride if you wanna get down. I don't think that's some rap that could fit in there, maybe. Boom! Who is that chick that I was talking to? Shorty kinda bad.
He does like voices and shit. Bon Iver went to a cabin and made an album on steroids cutting it. I mean, it looks pretty fun, doesn't it? I mean, who's filming? Is the camera just sitting there, or has he got a buddy with him?
Trying to make a little outro part, like a little fucking trap.
So he does like duets with like different voices. Okay, so he's like a real artist then, huh?
So this is one of the things I came here to research, which is the alien bases.
He's goofy, but he's also like real.
UAPs we've seen UFOs, we've seen a wider range of things. We've seen ones that were oblongato, very long, more like a missile, and we've seen ones that are more circular, like the traditional, standard kind of boring textbook stuff. So we've seen a wide array of those. Those are rare.
I'm always watching.
Have you seen them coming out from underwater?
Oh yeah, they work their way down, they finally can make a hole.
Xenobiology?
The way they go, that water drains down, and sometimes you see them shooting out the sides of these big chunks. I've been keeping my eyes.
That's not his real name.
Oh, it's
Elias Vandenberg.
We saw it one time. It was absolutely stunning.
I'm on a rifle team with the military.
Me too.
I'm pretty good at ranging. Looking at things. And like I say, just look at the stuff you know, and the length of it, give you a good judgment.
If I was to bet that little one looks like an entry cork right there. The one on the right, that small one, that's probably for a smaller ship. Get a close up of that. What I'd give to get a chance to go up in there. Are you fucking shitting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count 5 different entry points to this alien base. This is the reason why I've stayed in Antarctica so long. Look at this fucking thing. I'm giving an interview about alien bases and one shows up right behind me. This is a daily thing here. This is something that has kept me in Antarctica because I want to know more. And without the proper military support, I can't go deeper into this because this is NATO territory. It's been closed off. But a guy can wonder and a guy can watch from a distance and document. We've got multiple cameras here so that we can try to get this footage and upload this to the internet where everyone can witness this for free. We don't have to hide this anymore. I'm so sick of the government hiding what's really going on here in Antarctica. This is what's going on. Alien bases that go underwater, where you have orbs, you have UFOs, you have UAPs, you have so many different types of vehicles, but this is what keeps me. And as much as I love it, I feel like maybe I've hit a threshold. Maybe at some point I can come back and work closer with more scientists,
I could potentially work with the US government if they will allow me to be a lead researcher so that we can figure out what's really going on here.
There's a disconnect. That's the problem.
It is concerning, yeah.
Yeah. He thinks the world is going like this. He's just so off base. So, yeah, we're going to bring him home. We're going to get him some help.
I think a lot of people are scared and they come at it from a fear angle. But for me, I come from an open heart and open arms. And I welcome the aliens in, and that's why I've had so many interactions with UFO ships. That's why I've seen them time after time. Because I know I have an open mind to this, but an open heart, and I know the aliens can pick up on that. Of course, there's also the walls that surround it, the flat earth theory and all that. I'm not gonna get into that, but yes, we did find the wall. This is the perimeter of Antarctica. This is the perimeter of what we call the end of the flat earth. Me and John Rock climbed this about 6 months ago. We lost all the footage because there's a magnetic layer on the wall that erased all the photos. It was quite unfortunate. The wall is over 16 meters high. We tried climbing it the first time. John Rock had an asthma attack. He didn't bring his inhaler. The second time we were able to get to the top, it's literally nothing. It just stops. Flat ending. The earth ends here. Everything we know about the flat earth theory. The world is not round, otherwise there wouldn't be a wall surrounding all of Antarctica. The perimeter is an entire wall. If you come here, you will see it time after time proving the world is flat. Well, there was one guy, he was one of us, he was the flat earther, and then he came out here and he was like, oh, the earth's not flat, he changed this whole thing, but that was not a real flat earther. That was a guy who was put in by the government. Undercover. He was undercover, for sure. You call him circular. He was full of shit. He was definitely not a flat earther. If any of my guys came out here, it would take about 2 hours for you to be able to prove. John Rock wrote his essay about 6 years ago about this, and he proved everything we know. It flipped the whole world on its upside down axis. We call it the Z-axis. That's the flat axis.
He's losing it. So his perspective is not clear. Someone needs to tell him.
Just recording this glacier for the album. Gonna make some sense out of it later. That's gonna be icy.
So for example, just the other day I requisitioned a Zodiac. I hired a driver, I hired a small team, I had a crew, I had my parents out there, and I said, fuck it. Let's go record some icebergs. Let's go get some new sounds I haven't gotten yet on this stupid fucking island, on this stupid fucking peninsula. So I did what every artist does. They go and they find things to work with, source material. My source is the icebergs, for example.
Ice calving off the glaciers sometimes sounds like thunder if it's a large chunk coming off or a small chunk coming off, sounding like a gun going off.
Yeah, I've been recording them all week. Insane.
Yes, that's true, especially at Nico Harbor there.
Nico Harbor's got the best calving around.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I actually went 2 months ago and I came back because it was so good.
Do you have any way of knowing how long it's been since that fell off the glacier? Or any given iceberg?
I'd say probably 6 months. I had a buddy actually who found one of these. He moved into it, did a whole entire 2-month period where he just lived inside one of the caves in the glacier. You ever seen that?
I have not.
It's good for winter when it gets dark. Not much to do here anyways at that time.
I've come down here and had almost a week of sun.
What up, Dinkless?
It's just, you just never know.
First time I came down here, I was 8 years old, and I kid you not, I came back home with a tan.
Oh yeah.
It was the craziest, it was the sunniest season, I swear.
Oh yeah, I'll be lobster red by this evening.
I looked like a watermelon.
Is that because of the hole in the ozone gives you a special
Well, theoretically speaking, yeah, the ozone is heavily damaged from people like this gentleman riding Zodiacs around here. You know, the Zodiacs are off putting so much gas. The cruise ships are coming in with people just there to see tourism on some big, fancy-esque level, and they're just polluting and polluting, and I would never do that. So I came out here to record everything naturally, try to do found sound collage. A lot of people would consider my methods unorthodox. A lot of people would say they're unethical because I use animals without their consent, because I also am recording nature and making money off it, potentially millions, who knows. Probably the label will take all the money, so it's not a big deal. But basically I've been using an ME66 as a basic little shotgun mic, and I've been recording everything I can find. And I've recorded everything here. I'm pretty much maxed out. I've probably recorded every glacier in about a 14-mile radius around the entire peninsula. So everything Shackleton and the early expeditions touched, I've been there, I've touched it, I'm fucking over it. I've recorded every type of penguin in Antarctica. I'm done. Trying to get some recordings of the penguins for the album to use for some new synths. They're not very noisy to do. I gotta get some of the piano penguins. Those things are insane, dude. They're so loud. I went and recorded the piano penguins. They're 18, I believe it's 17 different vocal cords. Very similar style to the throat singing that they do in Asia as well as Northern Africa. And I make synthesis out of the penguins. Nobody is doing this. But I can take something so horrible sounding and turn it into something so beautiful. Behind me is the largest colony of piano penguins right here on the Antarctic Peninsula. The most loud and obnoxious of all the penguins, famous for 18 different vocal cords inside the center of their throat. It modulates between chords and sounds like a really out-of-key piano. Obnoxious wouldn't be an understatement. They also smell like shit. If you can imagine 50,000 babies' diapers being unloaded in a semi-truck in front of your front door, that's what I'm experiencing right about now. Don't even get me started on the piano penguins. Their fucking dookie smells like a nuclear poopy. If you're lucky enough to make it out to Antarctica, I would highly suggest skipping this portion of the trip. Let's go.
I just took a shit.
You know that there was a team of scientists who actually measured how far that it can shoot the poo-poo out. Because one scientist got hit while he was eating a sandwich. Now it's some fucking end of the world conspiracy that the fucking global warming is making the poo bigger. No, the poo has always been the problem with the piano penguins. That's always been the problem. It's not global warming. They're just shitty species. That's all. Fucking annoying. They sound like shit. They smell even worse. I'm over it.
You good?
I'm fine. Just go on without me. Hey, man.
He's really there for a whole year? Do they show his plane crash? His helicopter crash?
It's a nightmare.
I can't believe he was down there for so long.
A mountaineering technique.
Last 23 years, some have been amazing, some have been absolutely god-awful, and I can guarantee you this will be the worst festival and event I've ever produced in my entire life.
Antarctica rave culture?
They don't know anything about rave culture. It's a movement. I'm just the beginning. There will be generations after generations that will come after me. I don't know, what's the question?
Are you going to play tonight or something?
I don't know. The captain on the ship wasn't really a fan, so they kind of made me turn it off in the middle of the set last time. So it's been a bit embarrassing.
The captain, it was not a fan?
It wasn't that he wasn't a fan, he didn't like the music. I mean,
Carl?
No, the captain of the ship, his name's Eduardo.
It was disruptive, you know, it was not like comfy.
Not all art is supposed to be a Disney movie where it makes you feel good. It's supposed to make you feel. It's what an artist does. Like, listen to this. This is a dubstep sound. It's not supposed to be beautiful. It's supposed to be...
Maybe we can organize a small group of people that like awful stuff, you know, and are willing to like confront themselves with the darkness of the being. We're going to organize something afterwards.
Okay, thank you. I would appreciate if you could talk to Eduardo, the captain.
Show me who is that guy, because
he's in the crow's nest. Just look for the top part.
That guy.
But I thought it was a Swedish guy, the captain.
No, he got drunk, fell overboard. They had to bring on Eduardo. He's a backup.
Face diapers.
You're now listening to Dr. Abolishing. Inside the Antarctic Tundra Express. Another trip through another dimension in the most beautiful, untouched place on planet Earth. One of the last empty places on this planet that isn't overpopulated, overheated, overworked, overstimulated, over-anxious, over-entitled, over-monopolized, whatever it is to which depleted in every last living thing, including ourselves. So take a moment to be present, be here, and be in this moment. That will be over before you know it. Instead of looking forward to the next thing, just soak up every second.
You know, an ambient set is an ambient set, and we're sitting there, we have this like beautiful glacier, icebergs behind us, but then in the middle of it, this pod of orcas is coming up and swimming next to the boat. It was really magical. And what does this clown do? Mr. Ego drops this super gnarly dubstep song.
You scared away the pod?
It completely ruined the vibe. The orcas just dissipated. I feel like anything he plays, no one's going to be there. This is one of, if not the biggest fall from graces I've ever seen in the music industry.
To be an explorer traveling the world is not a fall-off move. I've been dissociated away from social media. I've deleted Instagram, I've deleted TikTok, deleted all this fucking bullshit, and I've enjoyed being a human and getting to know myself and spending time by myself. That is a beautiful fucking thing. So don't go for a second saying you fell off.
I mean, I've seen a lot of fall-offs in the 23 years. This is going to be the end of his career. And it's sad. I really think that we really need to be watching out for him.
This was my version of making it. I didn't buy a house, I didn't buy a car. I've been living on a boat in Antarctica. That's the dream come true. I don't want to be a famous guy. It just reached the point where my entire identity was wrapped up in artist, creator, not funny comedian, all this stupid fucking shit. I'm so much more than that. Yeah, I did some time as a hand model. Yeah, I'm an inventor. Yeah, I'm incredibly handsome and do modeling on the side. But first and foremost, I am an explorer.
Oliver, if you're hearing this, know you can come home, live in the carriage house, make your music up there, whatever kind of music you're making. No judgment. You need help.
Yeah, Oliver,
Seems
we love
fun.
you.
I mean,
We want you to come home. And
I mean, I don't know if I need to watch
even if you
another
play crappy music, we're still
hour
love
of
you. You can
this,
stay in
but-
the attic as long as you need.
Drum and bass. I'm gonna bring it back.
Shaker. It's gonna sound good. Check this out.
Do some rapping or something? A little auto-tune is gonna sound insane. Bro, this is such a bop.
That's a wrap for today, dude.
That's cool that he made
So
his
dope.
record on the ice, though. That's sick. I mean, this is...
Our
Yeah.
parents are gonna be so fucking pumped
I mean, a
when they
guy
hear
like this, how do you top
Fuck their
this?
tickets,
You
set them
fucking
up,
spend
all
a
the
year in
lodging,
Antarctica doing, like...
35,000 USD, baby.
It's like 4 levels of meta. Like, I don't even know what he's doing. I can't... I'm like... It's like... Stephen Colbert or, like... Heidecker, like, it's... But he's also fucking serious, though. Like, he's actually making beats on the ice in Antarctica. Like, it's very hard to, like, dismiss it because he's doing the thing while he's skewering the thing. Like, it's odd. I don't know how to respond to it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. So he's like fucking smart guy. He's like making good music, like in an exotic location, but he's also somehow making fun of it. Like, it's interesting. That sucks that Mossad killed him, though. I mean, I feel like, yeah, once you've lived in character and you're, again, is this in character? That's what I mean. Like, what? I guess it is a good excuse to like dissociate from like having to live. Like, if you're just constantly playing this character, you can just like you never have to like have any honest conversations with anybody, you know. That could be a thing. Like you can just wander off and not say anything, and it's like, oh, he's doing a bit. Or you can like ask him about his parents, you know, like, or you can do whatever you want and just be like, oh, I'm just doing my bit, you know. It's like a goofy voice. That's the thing. It's like the voice is like it's like off-putting because he seems to be doing like a voice, right? Like, is that really how he talks? Yeah. I don't think I could pull this. Maybe I could pull this off. Does he find any aliens though? Like, man, again, the part I'm not able to confirm is how long he's down there. It seems like he's down there for a long time. Like, that's committing to the bit. Like, he spent over a year in Antarctica and then died on a fucking helicopter when he came back to the real world. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, is there, what jurisdiction, like, who has authority, like, who investigates a helicopter crash in international waters in the vicinity of Antarctica? Or anywhere in international waters, right? Like, I guess if it's an American flight, like the NTSA or whatever would investigate. I cannot see them, like, sending people down to, like, confirm that the helicopter actually crashed. Like, but, like, what's the bit of faking your own death? I guess he could just come back in a couple months as, like, a different guy and be like, oh, it's a shame about that Oliver Tree. And then if anybody asked him, he could be like, no, I'm not, I'm a different guy. Yeah, but the Coast Guard, if it's, like, in between Argentina and Antarctica, I don't know where it was, but saying if I was trying to fake my own death, I feel like that would be a good place to do it because I don't know who the fuck's gonna go down there. If it's in between Antarctica and Argentina, theoretically, no one's investigating that. Who would do that? Melee is like, oh, we need to go figure out what happened to Oliver Tree. So, how do we know the helicopter crashed? Someone posted a video of a helicopter crashing? But we don't know. Can we confirm he was in the helicopter? How would you do that? It was in Brazil. Okay. Helicopter crash. Okay, so it was in Brazil. Alright, never mind. Is he really down there for a year? Oh, okay. Okay. So people think he's really dead? What? And if he's not in the they're hard to call hunter, he's in the never mind the other thing? What? What does that even mean? Yeah. Dude, Michael Shermer.
As you may already know, I am now completely demonetized across YouTube, so I am now relying on all of you to help me complete the mission. So please do consider buying a copy. Thank you to all of you. And so, without further ado, let's begin.
Here at Mystery History, we cover the unexplained areas of antiquity, either ignored, avoided, dismissed, or simply given an incomplete or often illogical historical lifeline of existence by mainstream academia, particularly those which we have covered of significant size, quarried from many miles away, now often immovable, and once transported and either erected or placed atop one another seemingly effortlessly. We were, in a past series of investigations, looking into an interesting quarry within the Bosda cave system on the edge of Turkey, a place with particularly good granite and a proven source of stone for numerous megalithic sites many miles around. Later proven by us via the preserved linkages in tool marks to have been used by more than one group, as if they had coalesced at this particular site. Yet, as mentioned, we have long argued that not just one advanced civilization capable of moving and cutting these incredibly monumental megalithic stones have been and gone, and we feel we have and continue to provide sufficient proof of these claims. The Colossi of Memnon, said to have once sang at sunrise, are both made of stones, thousands of tons in weight, yet are eroding to dust along with countless others, yet clearly once precisely cut, just like all the other stone ruins we cover worldwide.
Like, did we see the autopsy? How do we know he's actually dead? So he was Jesus's age? So he died before his 34th birthday? Or 32nd birthday? Is that true? 93 to 2026? Hmm. 2017. There's no link here. They just say this. He died in a helicopter crash, and there's no link to any news article. They can't do that. They need a fucking... Oh, yachty. Local fire department. Collision led one of the helicopters to crash into a car dealership where several electric vehicles were parked. Fire. She was one of 6 passengers who died in the accident, and no one aboard the helicopter survived the crash. With videos inspired by Limp Bizkit and Korn, respectively. Then. Kids these days love new metal. Are they actually dead, though? Seems like this would be easy to fake. Yeah. Pop punk spin on trees hit let me down. You knew too much. I used to pretend random celebs died in helicopter crashes all the time. This proves nothing. I mean, they do seem to die in helicopter crashes a lot, don't they? It seems like it would be easy for them to, like, get this past the authorities, like, if you were so inclined for some reason. And you think of a lot of reasons why you might want to fake your own death. I thought about faking my own death. But like, it's not like there's any survivors, you know, everyone's dead. There's a fire at the electric car view, you know. Are they going in there to like recover bodies? He was making real money? Yeah, they don't like anybody to have power if they're not under their thumb. It's not enough to know that they're like, you don't have to be opposed to them, you just have to like not be corrupted by them, and then you're dangerous.
Yet, sites like Petra and the polygonal casing stones found in some most curious of places, such as the pyramids of Egypt, preserving stones in a similar condition to the colossi. Certain stone monuments of gigantic size, found and stored in near-perfect condition, are found in these same areas, as if somehow spared catastrophe.
You kidding me?
Does this prove a sudden great flood? They regardless, we claim, prove several cycles of activity at stone-cutting creation. Were some monuments submerged and therefore preserved under the sediments, like those secretly removed from the pyramids and Sphinx during initial investigations? Were they attacked by a geological event? The perfect preservation of some of these statues must eliminate sandwear as a possibility. The pursuit to the answers to these questions become closer, and we feel highly compelling.
Died in an electric car battery fire.
There are many ancient sites dotted all around the world which indicate a far more advanced knowledge of architectural design than the funded, studied civilizations in which they are attributed to. And although, as clear evidence mounts, evidence seemingly ignored, evidence which makes said fields of study look rather foolish, as they seemingly buckle to this new form of intellectual peer pressure, such as public free thinking. Thankfully, a rather logical perception, their attempts to attribute advanced knowledge to primitive culture diminishes. As we delve further into this lost history, we reveal more and more compelling links which cross the continents of our planet. There are many, at first perceived as humorously perplexing ancient feats of building, that after further reflection with an artistically motivated eye, reveal an incredible story. These tiny details were added to demonstrate their sheer prowess. Prowess we suspect was inspired by an even greater and even more ancient civilization.
Independently all over the world, multiple groups of people developed this particular building style. Like, this tiny ass stone is used like several different places in the ancient world. Really.
A nearly impossible proposition to comprehend, yet one we strongly feel is now a high possibility. Set upon a small hill 1.8 kilometers northeast of the Stay Field within Ethiopia, gazing upon the mountains of Atwa, are what modern academia claims are two tombs. Attributed to the 6th century, the location indeed contains the remains of King Caleb and his son King Jebri Meskel. However, like many other unexplained sites around the world, we not only postulate that these ruins were claimed as the work of a less capable, more modern civilization, but there is also compelling evidence to support such claims. They show
presumably those monoliths, which are like hundreds of tons, were once erect, right? Which, you know, how did they erect like 100-ton monoliths, you know?
Same uncanny sophistication, using irregularly shaped stones, somehow fitted together as if made to measure, as found in Egypt, Peru, and many other places around the world. Constructed in a self-locking design, which has seemingly allowed them to survive the eons. Who built these incredible structures within Ethiopia? Were they, as the evidence suggests, the same people who were responsible for the pre-Incan ruins found within Peru? We find the evidence to suggest such. Highly compelling.
Never do anything for
Chapter
one
2.
reason. There's always
The hidden
a
global
multitude
connection.
of reasons.
During the many journeys I have made to and through the countless unexplainable ruins, which can now be found hiding all over our planet, I have encountered a vast array of undeniable, bizarre, and reoccurring features. Hundreds of unexplained ancient anomalies that, according to academia, simply should not exist. Yet, they have all enabled me to discover something incredibly profound about our past, presenting an alternative, far more logical explanation for their existence, one that, in undeniable, evidential terms, proves that all of these long-thought, isolated locations were, in fact, all once connected, and that this indeed the reason why the features I will share have long been denied, ignored, covered up, and hidden. For no matter the distance, no matter the obstacles one would have to overcome, between you will see how they all share the same undeniable characteristics, disproving once and for all that the long-attested narrative that these different groups, each officially claimed as the various creators of these many different sites and structures, and within drastically different ages, along with them all never having had contact with one another, having never had the ability of traversing the planet's oceans once completely individually isolated, as the mainstream argument goes, is actually completely and deliberately incorrect. For if this were correct, how would all these ruins share all of these same following similarities? How could this be? How could there be the same, simply enormous megaliths, each once cut, quarried, and subsequently carried hundreds, sometimes thousands of kilometers from where they were liberated, to their final chosen placements found the world over? With each of these different claimed and primitive civilizations often wielding nothing more than stone hammers, not only once choosing to build in such challenging ways, but somehow coming up with the same ingenious solutions to once accomplish the same incredible ancient feats. How could one have found matching tool marks across the globe, with seemingly the same advanced technologies required and utilized in undertaking these projects? With all these, as mentioned, apparently isolated groups, also once choosing to construct the same repeating structures on nearly every continent, we have been expected to accept that this all by sheer coincidence, as according to the mainstream paradigm, these differing, apparently primitive tribes had no way of ever encountering each other or sharing knowledge. Yet, could the truth be far more incredible, far more ancient, and far more revealing than we had initially been led to believe?
What the
Could
fuck
there
were
be
they
another
doing?
explanation
What were they
apart from
doing?
religious scripture and mere legend, which could explain the repeating,
drives
inexplicable
me
patterns
mad, dude.
which can be found throughout the
I
many
think about it
astonishing
so
ancient
much.
structures which still survive around the globe? For instead of mere legend, or the mere excuse of coincidence, I will provide a completely logical explanation for these anomalies, and indeed many other mysteries which I have solved. And if my intention and the underlying
Which I
message
have
within this
solved.
book connects successfully, you will finally be able to see this lost ancient world too. The compiled list of ancient discoveries so far established, of course, in regard to connecting features, all reveal that instead of the work of isolated primitive tribes, these ruins instead, once the work of a highly developed worldwide civilization, one simply too large to fit into this opening chapter, for it indeed requiring an entire book. Yet one ancient fact, which this detailed explanation of Earth's ancient secrets reveals in particular, and one I thought rather fitting to this opening prologue, being that this lost global civilization, not once created by a single all-encompassing ruling power or order, but instead, just as we see in today's world, were all varying, separate and identifiable cultures, a connected ancient global civilization which undeniably shared, adapted, and utilized the same advanced stone cutting, moving, and other sophisticated now lost or hidden technologies to accomplish their own personal achievements. Thus, although the religious iconographical themes may differ, the same lost technologies were originally responsible. These variations, however, aiding over the decades in the concealment of this fact, that they all in reality, the result of the same shared lost knowledge and ancient stone-cutting machinery, and that they all once the result of one worldwide, seafaring, possibly even world-flying civilization, for as we make our way through the book, I will provide evidence for all of this, all concrete facts and unarguably repeating anomalies, which I have now found and collected, once hidden at nearly every ancient site on Earth. A deciphering, a decoding of a world we have been led to believe simply doesn't exist. Yet as you will see, it has, in its entirety, merely been hidden beneath a mountain of fallacies. These tool marks not left by copper chisels, these randomly shaped megalithic blocks, often over 1,000 tons, once perfectly placed together without any mortar. These ancient seats for clamps, found cut into stones worldwide, not once made of wood, as some would like to claim. These primitive ancient copper chisels, not responsible, or even capable of building the Great Pyramids, and that they were all the achievements, feats, and capabilities of an incredibly advanced pre-flood civilization, one whom I also believe once built these places for a very specific and important reason. Yet alas, this fact, along with the following proof of such, has all but been hidden from the world, and thus it is my task to show you what is hiding, to dismantle this ancient conspiracy once and for all. There are many areas of this hidden world where one could begin our tour of impossible ancient anomalies. I think, however, the perfect place to navigate outwards from, and one which, as with all the others, has been long hidden in plain sight. Yet it one so out of place that, just like that of the Great Pyramids, has remained almost impossible to hide. Its lack of any explanation, along with its lack of academic curiosity, or indeed its lack of any funded investigation, all indication that it indeed a good place to begin our exposé. Chapter 3. Polygonal Masonry. Although not strictly made with polygon blocks, as one may initially presume or expect from their description, these stone block walls were nonetheless all once constructed from randomly shaped and sized blocks, yet also once placed together with such accuracy, they have completely stumped all who have attempted to explain how they were constructed and put together. For it not just a matter of being a time-consuming task, for as when one begins to explore this mysterious lost building technique in any depth, they begin to not only see the same identifiable features, and indeed methodology located the world over, but that many of these walls share many other identical features. Once perfectly cut and put together, they often found to have also been built on specific inclines and angles. This, so that they were all able to withstand earthquakes and other forms of cataclysm, and thus they have survived to this day. With many of the world's incredible pre-flood polygonal fortresses, once having had their blocks sunk many meters into the earth, yet most amazing of all, often incorporating stones upwards of 400 tons. Along with these apparent separate civilizations, often using these same techniques to build the same repeating structures from continent to continent, this now lost ability to move, cut, and lift simply gigantic ancient stones, another reoccurring ability and feature of this now lost civilization, which it will soon become clear, are another undeniable array of evidence supporting my hypothesis. The most astounding, well-known and publicized examples of this marvelous lost building technique, undoubtedly those which can still be found scattered throughout modern-day Peru. This incredible masonry method, however, one of the most identifiable features when it comes to spotting the work of this now lost, yet once globally connected civilization. For as mentioned, these walls, in complete contradiction to mainstream theory, can in fact be found all over the world, and partly thanks to the dawn of the modern internet, have rather predictably begun to appear virtually everywhere. When I first began my journey into this lost global legacy, the fact that Japan's ancient temples and castles, along with their sprawling and foreboding inner grounds, were all in fact once built upon foundations long ago, once created from this astounding masonry technique, was hardly known of. With those aware of this peculiarity, seemingly avoiding ever sharing this fact with anybody. For although, as mentioned, many of these polygonal structures can be found often incorporating megaliths weighing several hundreds of tons, such as that of Octopus Rock, also to be found within modern-day Japan, which although weighing in at a measly 120 tons, is a clear example of not only this reoccurring lost masonry technique, but also this reoccurring ability of their now lost builders to once lift and work with such enormous stones. With the main reason why these features have remained successfully overlooked, these countless sites all successfully pinned to many differing, more recent, yet also clearly incapable and incredibly primitive ancestors, each of which conveniently placed within the chronologically permitted timeline. Groups which, instead of fitting the capabilities, simply fit within this long-upheld alternative timeline, and thus this limiting paradigm. As such, these walls, although found worldwide, have, such as those within Sacsayhuaman, thusly been attributed to such ancestors as that of the Inca. They, nonetheless, display these many same, undeniable, indestructible, astonishing, and repeating characteristics. My evidence, as you will come to realize, although denied and dismissed, simply cannot be hidden from the world forever. For as our knowledge and awareness deepens, what I have discovered, what I will share, I predict, an inevitable realization of all, en masse, within our species' understanding of the past. Subheader: Sacsayhuaman. This gigantic three-tiered polygonal fortress, once built up backing onto a natural cliff edge, from stones often weighing upwards of 400 tons in weight, is, just like the countless other examples we shall explore, built completely without the use of any type of mortar, yet each stone perfectly cut and seamlessly stitched together, raised aloft one another with undeniable perfection, and all once somehow seemingly effortlessly. One must wonder, how could these similarities exist across continents, yet the dating of these sites making any prior contact apparently impossible? With these polygonal ruins, indeed the now lost knowledge once needed to build them, and indeed how this knowledge has become lost, is all in reality indicative of them all being remnants of a civilization which at some point within Earth's long and now lost history experienced an event, one which caused them to mysteriously vanish and our species to hard reset. These mysterious stone walls found in abundance at sites all over the globe, identified within Turkey, France, Egypt, China, Greece, Japan, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, and so on. Polygonal walls can even be found upon that of the infamously remote and incredibly mysterious Easter Island. Smoking gun-proof, as you will also see further in the book, that this enigmatic island, indeed its mysterious statues, not the work of natives, but along with their inexplicable size, nature, and placement, a compelling display of corroborating evidence to reveal just who it was that originally created it in the first place. These identifiable features hidden and little discussed the world
Sounds
over
like they did a
for
lot
what
of
they
damage
reveal
in
about
Europe,
the true
huh?
history of our Earth, and indeed that which we have been led to believe about it, is not just off a little, but would reveal that it has been almost entirely and exclusively been built upon incorrect, perhaps even deliberately placed wrong assumptions from the very beginning, and that, if these secrets were ever to be revealed in their entirety, as I am about to, would require a complete rewriting of what we all thought we knew about human history as a whole. Many legends have predictably grown out of the mysterious, astonishing achievement Sacsayhuaman would have once been. Indeed, around the many others found throughout the rest of Peru, and indeed the wider world, often grounded in our attempts to explain these utterly perplexing ancient walls.
What did they do there?
Such as one which told of a plant which could once
What the
liquefy
fuck,
stone,
man? What happened there?
along with many others, all made
Yo,
with an idea of ancient
explain that.
geopolymers in mind. When one
Poindexter?
physically investigates these sites, however, they discover the actual source quarries, which fortunately for us, can also still be found within Sacsayhuaman, located within the surrounding landscape. These uncannily perfect extractions still left in situ, perfectly preserved and still possessing the precision and symmetric scars where many of these stones were once liberated from. These precisely cut blocks, along with their once perfectly precise fits,
has the deep
testament
cuts.
to the builders' lost abilities, and the main reason why they still stand and survive today. Strong evidence in and of itself, indicating that these lost people, having once possessed technologies, as will be further established, which have now either all but eroded away, or possibly recovered over the years, yet, just like that of the enormous smorgasbord of mysterious, inexplicable ancient ooparts, which have also long been discovered worldwide, hundreds throughout the last century alone, with many found within coal mines or embedded in strata dated to hundreds of millions of years old, have all but vanished from the public sphere. These incredible lost technologies and machines then may have also suffered a similar fate. With nearly all these baffling objects and quite possibly lost ancient technologies, systematically stolen, concealed, or ultimately destroyed. At the very least, they resigned to the bowels of the countless historical institutes bestowed with the responsibility of upholding a paradigm of human development, which interestingly hangs in its entirety upon a very few specific events, most notably surrounding that of the Bering Strait theory of migration. This being the only academically acceptable chronology for human civilization, and indeed our original route into the rest of Earth's continents. This regardless of the overwhelming amount of evidence I can and will present, which unarguably demonstrates that human civilizations were traversing the seas long before even the last ice age. The Dodecagon, also known as the 12-sided stone, found still present and displayed within the ancient walls of Cusco, along with some lesser-known possessing even more corners, are all part of this ancient global legacy and a signature of this lost creator. The first of many that one can now logically use to identify the works of this pre-flood civilization, giving one the first of many abilities they can utilize to identify their countless other sites found worldwide. Sites that, although they may not contain polygonal masonry, like the aforementioned walls on Easter Island, which have now fortunately given me an easy clue to reveal who it was that actually built this island, the source quarry in Sacsayhuaman, and the clearly exhibited accuracy evident in the stone-cutting procedure, can too, with their almost laser-like precision, be used on their own to allow one to discover this lost world,
TV show.
one that I will throughout the book make visibly clear. These identifiable polygonal blocks found as mentioned, still surviving upon Easter Island, beneath Japan's many ancient temples, within foundations across China, and so on, even to be found still in place upon none other than that of the Great Pyramids themselves in the form of casing stones, which are, in style, shape and form, almost identical to the blocks which one can find still in situ within the aforementioned surviving walls throughout Cusco. With many of the Giza Plateau's other megalithic temples, each also quietly exhibiting this little shared or investigated polygonal masonry, a mystifying building technique, the knowledge behind which, in regards to replicating such wonders, now lost, it's still yet to be explained or again, even to be fully understood. It should be becoming obvious that this technique of stone building, instead of the work of Incas, or indeed that of the ancient Egyptians, each academically admitted as having once been completely isolated from one another, but also placed at vastly different dates within known and documented history,
Dude, see, it
are
must
not
have
the
been
work
some,
of who they claim, and are, as I attest, an identifiable feature, one of many, which can be utilized in one's quest to see the true and hidden history of
heads
Earth.
were right?
These walls, although varying in shape and style, were all clearly built using a shared knowledge and ability found all over the planet. This variation in style and block size, from continent to continent and from tribe to tribe, may indeed change, however, and rather crucially, like many of the other exhibits I will share, the actual methodology and indeed technological prowess behind these ancient feats. Abilities once required and responsible for this wide and varying array of differing areas of antiquity, found across nearly every one of Earth's continents, were all the result of shared global knowledge and developments that even to this day remain lost and thus continue to be unexplained mysteries. This in itself an undeniable artifact of evidence, displaying the clear severing of our knowledge and past memory in general, one which such realities will continue to indicate occurred somewhere long ago within a forgotten human timeline. With some of the most astonishing examples of note, undoubtedly including that of the Necromanteon, which according to historians was built here due to it being located at the meeting point of 3 of the 5 rivers, once said to have sources in the realm of Hades. according to ancient Greek beliefs. While the bodies of the dead decayed in the earth, their souls would be released, traveling to this purported underworld via fissures within the earth. If one explores the architecture with this newfound vision, however, not only does this ancient Greek claim of construction become a clearly dubious one, but this telltale, now globally found lost polygonal ability, knowledge, and methodology suddenly appears, the true original builders revealed, and another of their feats long hidden in plain sight. The Hili archaeological site, which according to academic study, quote, is the earliest known evidence of an agricultural village in the United Arab Emirates and the largest collection of tombs in the entire country.
Tombs, really?
Known as the Hili Grand Tomb, it has suffered this same fate as so many other structures of unexplainable origin. Indeed, also once having that of a pre-flood, lost, or hidden purpose, having conveniently been labeled as that of a tomb. Yet due to the polygonal masonry technique clear for all to see and of an exquisite and advanced quality, this labeling of a mere tomb is brought into question. With another little shared, yet no less incredible site now known as Tarawasi, which in my opinion is one of the most astounding examples and displays of this lost, yet simply amazing building technique found anywhere on Earth. The reason I feel as to why this site is rarely mentioned, rarely visited, or indeed studied, clearly due to this truly remarkable and almost unique polygonal blockwork, which can be found making up the walls of this little publicly shared ruin. Found some 80 kilometers west of Cusco, the site was predictably used in antiquity as a ceremonial center, a resting place for the Chasqui, legendary Inca runners who would deliver messages by foot throughout these mountainous regions and at incredible speed. Yet as with all the other remarkable polygonal masonry found throughout Peru, I feel that this site merely adapted and reclaimed by the Inca, and due to its remarkable location and the unique polygonal stonework present, was also seen by the Inca as a significant location. With these walls now found all over the earth, another of the many reasons one can confidently identify the entire site as the work of a lost civilization, accomplished with that of now lost, yet clearly highly advanced, incredibly capable ancient machines, with additional evidence which one can find accompanying these many ancient feats, not within the perfect finishes present amongst the blockwork, but rather amongst the many as mentioned source quarries, all once selected for their creation, yet also once left abandoned long ago, scattered across the ancient world. My first book, Life Before the Flood, a definitive guide to the lost world, is now available in paperback. The link is in the description and pinned comment. If you would like to buy a copy for your own research, to read along with these videos, or just to support my work through this challenging time of being demonetized, all your support is greatly appreciated. To join us on this truly epic journey into the past, future, and hopefully with your continued...
It's a great book. You wanna watch some soccer highlights? How's about maybe some people could subscribe? That would be cool, you know. Would be a big help.
What's up, humans, and welcome to a new Psicoactivo. Happy Saturday, everybody. Okay, so it's time to address the elephant in the room that Dylan Borland reminded us exists in the UFO disclosure movement. And we're talking about the preparation of the battlefield. I know that Clint from Night Shift just posted a collaboration between everybody who was there, where Dylan talks about this preparation of the battlefield. But there is somebody who did a wonderful mashup of different statements from David Grush, Dylan Borland, Matthew Brown, even Ross Coulthart, where they allude to how insignificant humans have the potential to be if, in fact, and indeed, we're not alone. And this goes back to many different authors throughout history that have written about this idea of us being a resource. We know that John Keel did the book Disneyland of the Gods. Salvador Freixedo did one where he proposes that we are sort of like a farm for whatever intelligence is managing this thing. And there are more. Like, they talk about this actively, and they have been talking about it for many, many decades. So this is, like, for me, one of the most serious topics that I know it's hard to talk about. I know that it's very easy to fall into the trap of sensationalism and fear-mongering, and that's not what we want to do at all. Like, we're just trying to understand why there is this underlying silence about whatever may or may not happen in the future, and why some people seem to have more information on it and they're not willing to share it. They're saying that it's not theirs to share. And that, for me, is the problem. I think that these conversations need to be out in the open, like we had with Dylan Borland. So I want to give a major shout out to the person who put this wonderful mashup together.
Adams, huh?
They're from Beyond Disclosure at TDARM Tech. His name is Harrison Cayley, and he has a book called Beyond Disclosure, which is published by Red Pill Press. I haven't read it, I'm sorry, but
Red Pill Press.
I wanted to give him a shout out and shout out his links so you guys can check his work out and let me know what you think. But he did this really interesting mashup of partly Dylan Borland speaking on Doom Friday, but you'll learn to recognize some others. And also, he grabbed a few excerpts from a book from James Lakatsky and other places that I'm going to also read to you guys. I'm going to pause that part so I can read it, but let's go.
At the end of the day, we're covering up we're not alone. Like, yeah, the technology, the patents are worth trillions, but a simple fact of just saying we're not alone, what are we really covering up and why? You know, this is why I say don't look at what is done and what is said, look at what isn't done and what isn't said. Where my mind goes as an intelligence analyst is, well, why won't you say it? Now, you kept the floodgates closed. You talk about opening the kimono. You can literally still say that and still keep the kimono closed. They kept the kimono closed on even saying we're not alone for all these years. Why not say it? It's an honest question. Why not say we're not alone? Why has China, Russia, Israel, Five Eye, why has everybody kept their mouth shut?
The common interpretation from some commentators is that there is a non-human species and it's incredibly benevolently well disposed to the human race.
Yeah, and I think that is the logical fallacy there is because they're advanced, they're kind. We'll never really understand full intent in that because we're not them, whatever them is or are. But I think what appears to be malevolent activity has happened based on not only nuclear site probing activities, witness testimony. I think at least if we look at it through a humanistic lens, it does appear negative, at least to us.
Have human beings been hurt or killed by a non-human intelligence?
While I can't get into the specifics because that would reveal certain U.S. classified operations, I was briefed by a few individuals on the program that there were malevolent events like that.
No, I'm scared.
Yeah, you gotta,
People have just heard you say
it went after the deep state.
Non-humans.
It went after
may well have murdered
spooks.
human beings.
It went after spooks.
That seems
it tortured
to
spooks.
Be the case.
Followed them home from work
with the alleged injuries or deaths at the hands of UFOs and their occupants. From Ross's understanding, was it just people being in the wrong place at the wrong time and getting injured from tech or radiation, or was there any reports of aggressive behaviour on the part of non-human intelligences?
I'm sorry to upset anybody out there, but no, I remember this moment very clearly in my conversation with David Grush and also with other people. Now, I'm talking here about malevolence. I'm talking here about deliberately targeted.
There's like Whitley Strieber's
by...
story, right? Let's assume that like most of it's true. He still is like he was abducted and probed, and he thinks it was a good experience, right? The people who get like hitchhiker effect seem to be like, spooky MFs, like bad people by and large. People who work for the CIA or like the military intelligence or, that makes sense. Just take it at face value that like they've been trying to contact humanity for a while and this is what they've been met with. That's like the most whimsical explanation. It is a benevolent species. Trying to make contact with humanity and they keep being thwarted by the deep state, and then like, the abductions are like maybe some sort of like cultural, it's like galactically it's a way to make contact or something, but we don't understand it, that kind of thing maybe. Because it seems bizarre, like what they, the most common abduction narrative is that it's like you go up and you're examined and they like, extract jizz and or eggs or put you like romantically pair you with an, some hybrid or fucking straight alien or just, somewhere on the spectrum between human and alien. Perhaps that's some sort of like misapprehend, like we're not understanding something, and it actually is, some just like handshakes or whatever, like a galactic handshake kind of thing, maybe. That's kind of a reach, but I mean, Greer says it's like the military, which I guess I could see that too. Sure, why not? I mean, let's say like one brand of abductions are like good, and they are just, like I said, doing the galactic handshake thing, and then the other ones are like military trying to impersonate it and make it horrific to confuse the issue, or military and or like that lady was saying, the fucking Draco Alliance. Let's listen to her, dude. I want to listen to that lady. She's fucking, oh god, she's so cranked up. Look, I can't disprove anything she's saying. She says the 52 flyover was like the surrender of the Allies in NATO. We gave up to the Nazi Draco Alliance, and they've been dominating us ever since.
Alleged non-human intelligences that weren't accidental. They were deliberate acts of murder, killing.
That's another thing,
mutilation.
yeah. That's another aspect too. The craft appear to emit radiation when you're at a certain distance from it, right? So I think people have been hurt like that, like the guys at Rendlesham or whatever. But that's, I think, different phenomena. These are all different phenomenons, right? I mean, they didn't. I mean, that guy in Virginia died. Right? He died of some weird fungus or whatever. The guy who touched it. The guy who touched it died in Virginia. Literally. Pretty sure it was the only guy that touched it. Right? I guess the doctor was wearing gloves. There's the... Fox brought up the surgeon, I think, who did surgery on the thing. Right? I don't know if I saw that interview, but I think I saw the tweets or whatever. Or maybe somebody, like a doctor who was in the room. I don't know. But the, like the cop, I think he was like cop or like an MP or something. They like retrieved the one thing, the EBE or whatever. And the guy who touched it fucking died like a few days later of some fungus thing. That's a pretty strong case. A lot of witnesses for that one. I don't know. I guess we don't know who recovered the actual bodies in Roswell, do we? I don't think we have that witness testimony. We have witness testimony from like many of the people who are involved with it. Like it's like 200 something witnesses about Roswell. I don't know if anybody's ever actually pinned down who exactly, like who was carrying the stretchers or whatever.
And
like
it's funny you mentioned the Fermi paradox.
I know there was a manual, right? Like that was one of the earliest things. Like there's a manual from like the 51 or something, like very early on crash retrievals, like exactly how to approach it, how to box it up, like how to ship it, like where it's to be delivered, like page after page from the original MJ12 documents, like the Yo, look at this guy.
Make it count. Blessings.
$117. Thanks, bro. That's huge. Fuck yeah. Thanks a lot. I just got an alert. Thanks, bro. Fuck yeah. Dude, they had the carnival tonight had pickle ricks everywhere, and they had, I don't know, like a dozen different like dumbasses. Like, hey, I'm Pickle Rick. I just did it now. Oh, thanks. We'll make it count. I hope I don't. Like the kids at the carnival is such a nightmare. It's so expensive and so shitty. Amy wants to go back tonight too. I'm not having it. I'm not doing it. I mean, my problem, I don't know when this happened, but there was people smoking there and I couldn't take it. Like, it was bugging me so much. Making me nauseous. Who the fuck smokes at a carnival? There's like little kids everywhere. Like all the carnies were smoking and like all the guests were smoking. Dude. Dude, that Daria Lisa payout should be higher. If it's $51.49, why is the payout so low? No. Funnel cake? No. Should have gotten some funnel cake. I wasn't hungry because I was nauseous from all the smoke. I wanted to get funnel cake. Right when we got there, I smelled the funnel cake and I was like, oh, it smells great. And then we walked in and it was just all these dumb butts smoking everywhere. Dumb butts. These dum-dums smoking everywhere. And I didn't want funnel cake anymore. There was like 3 good rides, but it was like I said, it was like $40 to ride like 2 rides. It sucked.
It's like, well, where are they? And okay, well, you know, if you're sentient life, you're certainly going to have
man. Why would they do that to
sophisticated cover concealment and deception techniques. Cool. It goes back to like what Jacques Vallée's work is,
fine.
where
just,
you know, the phenomenon presenting itself in different ways. But also,
expensive.
I live in the mountains of Colorado, right? So there is a mountain lion den about 10 miles from my house.
Don't tell me those rides aren't like fucking super profitable at like half the ticket price. Come on.
In Colorado, literally. You know, there are lower predatory sentience. I'm higher predatory sentience, and I'm using this as a device or an analogy for NHI.
Predatory sentience?
Us.
Holy fuck.
Well, on a day-to-day basis, I don't care what a mountain lion is doing. I may hike in that area to explore, but day-to-day, I'm afraid of it, and I don't care. And think about what humans might be, unfortunately, to some of these higher sentients, where this monkey has a nuke. Holy shit. Keep them in the cage. We don't want to go anywhere near them.
Monkeys, right.
Okay. This is from Majestic Annex C. We considered the president's commitment to the Rio conference an essential move in the right direction for the collective defense efforts. Use of atomic weapons has been considered as a last line of defense against a massive air assault on U.S. and allied countries. The President's Secretary of State Marshall and Defense Secretary Forrestal have agreed consensus with other allied countries. This consensus led to the 16th of November 1947 meeting at the Pentagon with Secretary Forrestal and Undersecretary of State Lovett. Even with the cooperation of the Russians, such agreements would not produce the unified front so desired in the event such an attack would occur. And this from Majestic. I'm not sure if this is from the second drop, which I don't have much trust on, but this is what Harrison posted.
And so people think that there would be some kind of open contact with some higher sentience that is either visiting Earth or from another dimension or whatever the origin is, but they probably don't care. They're probably neutral at best and maybe actually fearful of us in some sense. Or we're the progeny of, personal opinion, progeny of some experiment, and it's almost like living in the Matrix, but it's not like an actual simulation. It's like we want the simulation to go. We don't want to intercede because we want to see what, Homo sapien sapien 2.0 is going to do after the Great Flood or something like that, right?
Yeah.
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 Dude, what are your thoughts on the big picture questions?
Yeah.
Who are they? Why are they here? Why don't they show us what's going on?
I think I have a good degree of confidence that the reason they're here is us. I think life, especially sentient life, is a precious thing. And I think to some, it might be a resource. I think humanity to some level is a resource for them.
Lush farming
like a commodity?
Possibly a commodity, possibly form of entertainment, possibly medical related. I think they're both just as powerful as we think, but also less. And I think there is not a single they here. Certainly multiple factions of the same species, if not multiple species. And all the complexity that brings, which might be our best hope.
Do they have an agenda? There's different types. What are your philosophies on this? Like, who are the others? Why are they here? And you've touched upon it, I know. We're kind of going back a little bit, but that is the big question. And I just wanted to separate so people understand your exposure and your personal conclusions.
So I have been exposed to no direct information on the anatomy, biology, intentions, culture, politics.
Never came across those files?
Never came across those. I think those are all some of the deepest secrets.
Right. They would be if this is correct information.
What I have learned is that we live in a dream, a carefully constructed reality.
What? You learned this where?
Make use of a science that is tightly controlled and suppressed and distorted. I think we are left behind.
Humans.
I think normies, the normal humans, the people have been left behind. Us. People need to understand that we might have freedom of speech, but that has been subverted. We do not have freedom of inquiry. We are blocked from learning what we need to know. Just in the public world, we are blocked from advancing in science. We are taught false science intentionally to prevent us from learning more.
I'm sure
we live in the Matrix.
I might have.
It's just much more boring than the movie.
Is there a chance, though, that this is being kept secret at that high level, that there's a good reason it's kept secret?
Yeah, Andy, I brought this up before. The scary part is that if this was all sunshine and rainbows, you could say we're not alone. What freaks me out is if this was good news, they would go and sell it because there's a profit there. The fact they don't sell it freaks me out.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll leave it here. I look at intent. So the way my brain works is this. What are the facts? I don't care about the opinions of the facts. What are the facts? Something's here. It's interacting with humans. It conceals itself. It goes to military bases. It goes to nuclear sites. Why are you doing that? I do not know, real quick, I do not know how anybody can say the intent of the majority of what we're seeing is beneficial. At most, I think you could say it's clearly an operation for preparation of the battlefield. And I hate saying it. I know people freak out because of the threat narrative, but it's pretty difficult to argue against it, in my opinion.
And this is from Dr. James Lakatsky's Future Visions. It says, recent history has consistently demonstrated that humans will invent and use any means of aggression, whether obvious or not, without proof. It is prudent to assume that future humanity or other species would do the same. It is worth noting that overt displays of advanced forms of aggression are likely to be in the minority compared to less obvious but equally controlling or destructive acts. Overt acts probably use more energy and may be employed more as a display of force.
I know
In
I've seen the
contrast,
movie.
less obvious acts are less energy intensive, but likely more effective.
I know the story.
And then it says, given the advanced state of future technology development in general, it is certain that one could, in principle, possess weapons of mass destruction far greater in power than can be currently conceived. Should such be in the possession of a potential adversary, why they would not have chosen to demonstrate such power, the Hiroshima effect,
I might have
is
read it
of
in school or
considerable
something.
interest. A reasonable assumption
42.
is that to do so
That's that
would
one.
jeopardize the concealment of the potential adversary's motives, likely their level of response to our aggression, jet fighter pilots firing on advanced exotic craft, for example, is consistent with what they perceive is the threat level we pose, i.e., their response. Typically, the display of very advanced maneuverability is probably to them mild.
I am so glad you said that because I don't disagree with that statement at all, and it's weird that no one else is talking about it. I don't know why it's not discussed more. They're already here. We know that. Okay, let's move on. Why are they here? If that is an organized clandestine operation that is practically invisible to the average person most of the time, then maybe their numbers aren't that great. Maybe they're not as powerful as we're supposed to believe that they are. This whole idea of like, oh, they're unstoppable, they're like gods, they could snap their fingers and we'd all be dead. Maybe, or maybe not. It certainly doesn't appear that way. If they had that kind of capability, I don't understand why they would be so cagey about everything that they're doing.
Agreed.
You could make the argument, like if you came to me as Joe Q Public and you said, look, we've made contact. The reason we couldn't tell you is because we didn't know what we were dealing with, but it's been 79 years now, we do. Here's what we're dealing with. It's a mixed bag. There's some bad guys out there, there's some good guys out there, but it's risky and we don't know who's who. It's all new territory for us. So we are going to build our defenses. We have to assimilate this technology. We have to advance our military capabilities. We have to be able to go toe-to-toe with a civilization that's got a 10,000-year head start on us.
What is this,
and that's the
Independence
problem.
Day?
And then you just say, like, that's where we're at. And people would buy into that. They'd go, okay.
Yeah, but they still want to do
You know the idea that
wars
Dylan's
on
talking
Earth.
about, that potentially it's preparing a battlefield. I've always liked there's a lot of good hypotheses. Something people always say, modern day, is that the alien abduction stopped. Why did they stop? Why have they slowed down? Well, maybe they found out all they needed to know. And if you're going through stages of discovery, observation, planning, assessment, then maybe alien abductions were just genuinely a thing for a couple of decades, and they went, cool, we know what we need to know, let's move on.
And this is from the one and only Whitley Strieber, from the book Them in 2023. He says, what we're seeing is a slow approach
they
that
have
first
hybrids
tested
now, and
our
they can just
defenses
seduce us.
and level of aggression, then took a deep dive into our physical and psychological makeup, and now is engaged in a gradual emergence into the public eye. These three phases are characterized by 1. Overflights and military provocations, assessing and testing our military defensive capabilities. 2. An extensive abduction program during the 60s and peaking in the 70s. 3. Extensive day and night overflights, which are increasing steadily.
Interestingly, I just caught a clip of Matthew Pines on Jesse Michaels' show talking about that very question, and they had a very interesting exchange on this. And one of the ideas that they were kicking back and forth was when the project is complete and you don't need to collect specimens anymore, that might indicate that whatever you think is about to happen is going to happen soon, and you have to have whatever genetic collections you're going to do done.
I've heard from some pretty senior, impressive people in the Navy that that might be real, and that genetic collection on the part of these Greys just ended, and they're extremely concerned that the genetic collection ended, because why would you end a genetic collection period? Well, it might be right before some cataclysmic event.
Oh no!
Because if you wanted to re-diversify the population after such an event, you'd want to complete your collection right before that occurred or whatever.
Because if a calamity were to take place or something were to wipe us out, or we wipe ourselves out, and you knew that was going to happen, that could be part of the ticking time clock thinking.
I'm going to be my smart ass in this. Excuse my language. Sorry for people with the kids. Ding, ding, ding.
The impression I got from reading Penetration, Ingo Swann's amazing book on remote viewing, was that there is a group that looks like us, that talks like us, walks like us. They have telepathic abilities. They can influence us from a distance, and they are here. They are in our society. They are embedded in our institutions. They are everywhere.
Oh, no.
They could be people that you even know, and you wouldn't know that they are hybrids. But that's part of what's going on. And the impression I got was that there is a group of people in the intelligence apparatus that are acutely aware of this, and they are trying to work around that in some kind of very complex, weird way. I can't shake the feeling that the ticking time clock thing is real. I remember Coltart saying it years ago, that he had heard this rumor. It feels like the information is flowing faster. It feels like we're on some kind of a moving platform here, and it's
So
there's going to be an endpoint.
May I fill you in on something again? My friend, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, friends, plural. Here's the deal. Jeremy and George went and met with Lou, and they brought up a future event, and Lou had to answer it legally the way you have to answer it in this world.
Why is 2027 the year that everybody keeps throwing around? Because it doesn't seem random to me. Everybody seems to be saying 2027.
Yeah, I've heard 2027. I also heard 2036. The capacity in which I heard it, I'd rather not get into. I heard it when I was working with U.S. Space Force, but it was to me it seemed more anecdotal. So I'm probably not best suited to answer the time wise, simply because I didn't come up with that time frame. Okay. But I, like you, I heard that as well, and certainly something we need to pay attention to.
Not you started the rumor.
It's pretty clear something's going on, and I try to avoid the woo. And most of you up here know that I know a thing or two about the woo. I don't like talking about the woo. I don't want to talk about it publicly, but there's a reason all this is unfolding, and I avoid Ingo Swann, not calling him a liar. I avoid all of this, but there's something to it. At the end of the day, there's a reason why all of this is starting to come out. There's a reason why you see an internal struggle within the Department of War, Department of Defense, and the IC. You see them fighting with each other daily.
Mm-hmm. True.
So it's pretty clear something is happening for a reason. And having worked in this for over a decade, you don't begin getting into fighting matches internally with lots of money and contracts unless something's going on, and two agencies at minimum have a real big investment on what they want to be done with that information.
What do you want people to know right now? What do you want people to know if you're just fucking on?
You are not free. And this reality has far more to it than you have been allowed to believe. And God is real.
So, shout out to Beyond Disclosure. You guys can go check them out there. That's their X handle and their Substack. Thank you, Harrison, for this sobering mashup of things that have been said by Matthew Brown, Dylan Borland, David Grush, and even Ross Coulthard about intent and about, this idea that we're not top of the food chain. And it's something that has been floated for a while. This coincides as well with a level of control that some of the people involved in this topic have been trying to take back for them, because right now the ones that seem to be calling the shots in this is the White House. And there's a level of distrust against the White House for different reasons. Hopefully whatever is happening with, for example, the Scientific Advisory Council and the Governance Board and those new institutions that are coming up, which are more bureaucracy. I don't think we need more bureaucracy. We just need the people. I don't know if the government is going to do what a lot of people think is going to do. I think that they're currently hijacking the narrative through some of these new organizations and nonprofits and all this stuff. Let me know what you guys think about this. This is very sobering. I know this is not with the intent to try and scare people. I think that people deserve the truth. Whatever is going on, people should just come out and say it. I left out purposely this clip from Matthew Brown right here.
Last week, I think it was, I don't even know his time. Everyone last week was saying Disclosure was dead. Carl Nell hopped on a call, I forget where, and said this cycle of Disclosure is over, basically. Pack your bags and we're going to figure out what's next. And to that I say, I didn't hear no bell. This doesn't stop. I made my choice. I drew my line in the sand and I chose my team just because things are uncomfortable for certain segments. No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
What is dead is deep state disclosure. Yeah. What is going to live is citizen-led disclosure.
Yeah.
And
deep state disclosure.
And experiencers.
Citizens, right?
Yeah.
Experiencers, absolutely a big part of that. Yeah. But deep state disclosure is dead. Don't want any more of that. They can go have their billionaire book clubs, have tea, and pretend that the world is getting better as it collapses around them, and then they can fuck off to their bunkers. That's how I think that the situation is.
Hell yeah.
Well, you guys wanted a fucking headline. There you have it. So you hear that kind of language and everybody talking about these preparation of the battlefield and all these notions and the Great Flood that David Grush discussed as well. You start thinking, and it's really impossible to not think about this if people who are well respected in the field, who have put their reputations and their careers on the line, are talking about this. And that is something that does concern me. I don't think that Lou is in the same category because Lou
basically
has
just
other affiliations that he's not ready to talk about, I think. But the other three, I think, should be paid attention to the most. And they are also concerned. They also think that something definitely is happening. Nobody knows what yet publicly. I think some people might. Corbell thinks it's bullshit. For now, I feel the same way, but it would be dumb to not get ready for whatever happens, or at least try and get ready.
Get ready.
Would you agree with that? Let me know in the comments. I can't wait to hear what you got to say. And that's it for me today on this video, but I'll see you guys in the next one. Remember, stay curious and inquisitive like David Grush, Matthew Brown, and Dylan Borland. Always. Bye.
The witness was a woman in her 30s. She was northbound in her car. She had her dog in the back seat, and she heard this really weird screeching sound. And at the same time, her dog in the back became very distressed and started, kind of howling. At that point, her car died, and she was following an 18-wheeler, big tractor-trailer truck. The tractor-trailer truck died, so it came to a stop in the middle of the road, and then two southbound cars ended up stopping, kind of nearby them. So as people are starting to get out of their cars, this black triangle, big black triangle, comes whizzing over their heads. It's so low that it topped off one of the trees.
It connected with one of the trees?
Absolutely, and the branch fell to the ground. And this was followed by, a few seconds later, by two Air Force F-16s that were chasing this thing. Now, the witness was an Air Force veteran, so she's very familiar with the type of planes, the F-16s that were chasing this. But the folks that were there on the road, they were, for whatever reason, they were traumatized by the whole thing. The truck driver, when he got out of the cab, his ear was bleeding. One of the drivers from the another car sat in the road and had a mental breakdown, crying. Just really profound experience for this thing when this thing flew over. And then everybody,
sounds like a space
the weird part
boner.
is that all their vehicles started back up on their own. If it's electromagnetic, EMF, I could kind of see that with the cars. The truck, though, that's diesel.
Yeah.
That's not how diesels work.
Right.
It's not electric. It's so that's a head scratcher.
What did the a couple things on that one? There's a history of craft flying over cars and the cars shut off, and then they don't have to restart the car when the craft leaves. The car starts back up automatically. That's anomalous by anybody's book, right? So that sounds like that's what happened there,
right? And I think the more you research this, the weirder it gets. There's some physicists. Look at like Hal Puthoff and James Lukatsky. They talk about the physics of these craft that were supposedly reverse engineering, and what they're talking about probably behind closed doors in the skiff up at on Capitol Hill. But the general thought, and I think with these physicists that are looking into this, is that these craft travel by creating some kind of a warp, a bubble around them, where they can manipulate time and space together. And so, like in the case of the Tic Tac, where you've got what David Fravor described as, if you put a ping pong ball in a glass box and shook it, that's how this Tic Tac was maneuvering.
Fair point.
But if this thing has a warp bubble around it, then time acts differently on the inside than it does on the outside. So on the inside, the occupants may be, it's a leisurely, flight path that, comes to a stop and then reverses course. But because time is different on the outside of the bubble, you might see it as these erratic motions. And so if it's a time manipulation effect is causing all of these weird anomalies associated with these sightings, like cars turning off, and that it may be really.
welcome to Titan News. I am your host for this evening, Johanna James. And today I wanted to relay to you the most up-to-date news on the stuff that is coming out of the ground at the Hawara Pyramid complex in Egypt. Because if you don't know, this year we have started excavating, looking for the not-so-lost Labyrinth of Egypt. Now, before we get into what's coming out of the ground, I thought I would make sure that everybody's reading from the same page in the hymn sheet today and give you a bit of a backstory about the Hawara Pyramid and the labyrinth itself, because up until recently, a lot of academics had said that this was sort of just like a legendary mythological labyrinth. It wasn't a real place, because nobody really had a clue if anything was under the ground, apart from little bits of historical references in antiquity. But now there has been a big scanning project that has scanned the whole area, can actually say that, yeah, there is lots of stuff under the ground, and it was enough evidence and proof that the Egyptian government said, okay, let's start digging. Okay, so the Hawara Pyramid, it is not up near the Giza pyramids of Cairo. It is further down in a place called the Fayum, which is like a kind of oasis in the desert of Egypt. It's where a lot of the agriculture and a lot of the food is made today in Egypt. So it's down in the Fayum, and the pyramid itself is attributed to Amenhotep III, which I think is like a Middle Kingdom 18th dynasty pharaoh. Really, today, there's not a lot there. If you were going to go and visit it like with your eyes today, the pyramid itself, the cladding was ripped off, I think by the Romans. And so the mud brick pyramid interior has kind of all just melted away. And so there really is just like sand and a very collapsed looking mud brick pyramid. But the interior of the pyramid is megalithic, and it's made of limestone, and it's very much still intact. In the area all around, like I said, it's just like buckets and buckets of sand as far as the eye can see. But it's under all of this, which is where the labyrinth is, and it's absolutely huge according to the recent scans. So Herodotus in the 5th century, which is like 500 BC, he went to visit himself the upper levels of the labyrinth, and he was invited to have a little tour around, and he said it was utterly astonishing. And I'm going to kind of quote him, paraphrase here, that it was even more impressive than the pyramids. And if you've ever seen the pyramids of Giza, you'll just know how utterly astonishing they are. So the fact that he said that this was even better than the pyramids of Giza, it must have been pretty impressive. We're talking thousands of feet of rooms, all interconnected in crazy shapes, apparently, if you didn't know your way around.
Early in the morning on June 28, 1979, a 21-year-old security guard in Brazil claimed he was abducted by an alien craft while alone at a construction site. But this would only be the beginning. Over the next 9 years, he would claim to have been repeatedly abducted, subjected to bizarre experiments, and even forced to father a child as part of an alleged alien breeding program.
Yeah, what's it to you?
This bizarre case was once known around the world, but now, like many others of its kind, it's been largely forgotten about. It all begins in the smaller city of Mirassol, Brazil. A quiet place with only around 30,000 people at the time of this story. But soon it would become home of one of the most bizarre and controversial alien cases the country had ever seen. It was just 3 in the morning on June 28th, at the edge of town at a new furniture factory that was under construction. Here, a night guard, Antonio Carlos Ferreira, a 21-year-old, was making his rounds. He lived pretty close to the place and took the job just 4 months prior to the story. And just like every other night, with him was his guard dog Onji, and the two made the rounds every 15 minutes just like he was supposed to. But around this time, Antonio would come to notice a bright light over the yard of the factory just a little ways away. He didn't think too much of it at the time and stopped by the bathroom before going over to check it out. But as soon as he left the restroom, he was suddenly surrounded by 3 short human-like beings. They were only 3 feet tall though, and were dressed in a bizarre white one-piece suit that covered their entire body. All had their heads encased in a reflective but opaque helmet that hid the facial
80,000
features
alien
from
hybrid
view.
children
A
but not
tube
paying
ran from the
child
helmet to a
support.
box on their
Can you
back,
imagine?
with a similar box on their front. Just then, the guard dog, Onji, noticed what was going on and came charging and growling right at the small humanoids. But before he got very far, the dog let out a small whimper and collapsed like it had died right there on the spot. Then, one of the creatures in white pointed a small box right at Antonio. It emitted a red beam from 2 holes on the front, which immediately immobilized him as soon as it struck him. It was then that he began to float right towards the bright light in the factory field. He couldn't look down to see his feet, but he couldn't feel them on the ground as he moved either. As they got closer, he was able to make out more details of this object producing the light. Sitting on 3 tripod-like legs was a rounded, cone-shaped machine, which was a light gray metallic color that seemed to glow. It was fairly small too, with it only being about 8 feet tall and 6.5 feet wide. A small rectangular door then opened on the front of the machine and he was taken inside. The interior was all the same gray color and was lit up by a diffuse red light. He first saw what looked like a control panel, with buttons and other apparatuses all in one spot. The 3 creatures then led him over to a gray metal stool and had him sit down before they held him in place. It was then that Antonio began to hear a muffled buzzing electrical sound before he felt the machine begin to lift up into the air. He couldn't tell how long the trip took, but his 3 abductors never made a sound or moved in any way during the flight. Before he knew it, he was exiting the small machine and entering into what seemed to be a much larger mothership-like craft. The room was lit up by many different...
What up? What up? What up? What's going on? I'm glad you're here. Super glad you're here. What's up? I'm Matt, in case anybody doesn't know me. We do communism and crank shit. And yeah, we're getting into some abduction lore here. This is, I think, one of the first abductees. This guy. Heist movie night, dog day afternoon sneakers, and run Lola run. And chat's been berating me all night about having never read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There's some fucking bangers there though. Dead sneakers. Anyway, welcome in. I was gonna either watch this or these rocket launches. Hey, Jaeger, hooking up, Bill. Thanks, dude. Cool. Good looking out. My hero. Fucking big tipper himself. Never read the books. I know, right? I've seen the movie. Is the book really that different? I mean, anyway, this guy's about to get abducted. Or maybe he already did. I don't know.
colored lights, with areas in blue, maroon, and fiery orange. Looking back, he noticed that the ship he just got off of was actually not on the ground, but floating just above it. Around him, he came to see many more of these small craft as well as other unknown devices. The 3 creatures had also just exited the craft and walked over to the wall and lined up side by side, freezing in place. He began to walk around the room, soon coming across 10 to 12 more strange alien creatures all sitting on stools at a table. Strangely, not only were there 2 different variations, but they looked nothing like the other ones he had just been with. They were all just under 4 feet tall and wore bright, shiny one-piece suits that covered everything besides their head. And their heads were large, at least twice as big as a human's. They all had slanted eyes and mouths that seemed too large for their heads. And they all had prominent, pointy chins and ears as well, and none appeared to have eyelashes or eyebrows either. And even though they shared these similarities, some of them were noticeably very different from one another. A few had a light brown skin tone and bright red curly hair, large flat noses, black eyes, and thick lips. However, the others were a leaf green tone, with straight black hair, green eyes, and large but more pointed noses and slightly thinner lips. Antonio believed that one of the green creatures at a control panel seemed to be in charge, as it looked to be giving orders to the others while controlling some device on the table. His mind was a little fuzzy at this point, and he couldn't quite think clearly, but he didn't remember exactly feeling scared or anything at this time. He actually just continued walking around and exploring the larger ship he now found himself in. Most of the walls he looked at appeared to be made of a metal that were illuminated by green and red lights. The ceiling was the same metal, but lit up in a yellow color. The floor was a little different though, and was made of a darker substance that wasn't nearly as shiny as the walls. He did notice a small circular window on one of them though, so he walked over and tried to look out of it. He could make out something spinning while emitting red and green lights, believing this to be part of the ship he was on. But while examining this, one of the alien creatures came over and pushed him away from it, and sat him down on another stool. He tried to get up and go over a couple more times, but they just kept taking him back to that stool. Soon he managed to get up and get a better look, and was horrified at what he was seeing. In the distance, he saw the Earth, which was now just a small, dimly lit sphere. At this point, he started to get worried and tried to ask the aliens what was happening. None would respond to him though, only taking him over to a different seat in another area.
Total Recall is based on a short
to a
story.
Rectangular machine with green buttons, lights, and wires covering it. Antonio wasn't sure what it was, but thought it was recording him somehow, and believed that it may have even been reading his mind. Two of the creatures were manipulating it and always had one side of it pointed towards him. After a while, he was led into another room, and this time he was sat down on a sort of couch. Antonio was then shocked to see a completely nude female creature enter the room. She walked over and tried to grab his hand, but Antonio was too in shock by what was going on to want to touch this creature. She was larger than most of the other aliens, and was around 4.5 to 5 feet tall. She was one of the light brown types, and had thick coiled red hair falling down to her shoulders. Her ears seemed extra large too, and they pointed much more upwards. This close, he noticed that these creatures didn't smell amazing either, and he compared her odor to sulfur. He also noticed that although the rest of her body was hairless, she did have red hair down there. She also had strange black spots that ran in rings around her thighs. Soon this female began to make a sort of kissing gesture towards him, and although her teeth looked very human-like, this did nothing to help, as Antonio said that her breath smelled very bad.
Oh, man.
He could tell what this female was trying to get him to do, but he wasn't interested, finding her very unattractive. But then she reached out and grabbed his hand by force. Antonio later said, "I felt a kind of electric shock when she was with me. My mind was hating it all, but I couldn't fight her off. My body felt paralyzed." A few of the other aliens came over and started to take off his clothes. He resisted, shoving and hitting them, but the small creatures were surprisingly strong for their size. They soon subdued him and literally began to rip his clothes off of him as if they were completely unfamiliar with buttons and zippers.
It's kind of like that Australian
Antonio
guy.
struggled the whole time,
What was that
but it
guy's
was no
name from a
use.
few years ago?
And then, before he knew it, they were injecting him with some thick black substance. They then took some of his blood and
They had the
placed
weird
some kind of
DNA.
device around his left arm. After this, he lost all of his will to fight
That guy
and
seems
just
pretty credible.
watched as it all happened.
I initially thought he was
They
just,
then brought over an
you know,
amber-colored, oily liquid and began
trying to
coat
cover
his
up how
entire
he
body
had
with
an affair or
substance.
whatever.
It was then that the female came over and laid next to him. One of the others pointed a device, possibly a weapon, in Antonio's direction, with a couple of the others pulling him up and forcing him on top of the woman. It didn't take too long to get the job done in his altered state, and it seems that the aliens were maybe alerted by the device on his arm, because as soon as he was done, they came over and pulled him back off.
This is like early.
They then rubbed him over with amber oil again,
Like-
with some researchers now believing it to
This
be
could be like before they settled on like the later procedures, because like they have, you know, this is dealt with in later accounts, right? I mean, it could be a different crew, or it's like in fucking Disclosure Day, right? Where they like make you see shit. They can like fucking, you know. And this somehow, like, they didn't know to do that yet, or like they didn't work on this guy or something. I don't know. This is bizarre though, right? Man.
Like Whitley Strieber has that whole thing about like meeting his alien child, right? It's weird.
Be some kind of disinfectant.
it's
They let him
like
get
way
dressed
too
before
common of
leading
an
him to
account
another room.
to
The
be
woman would then
completely
meet him here
fabricated,
and
I
make
think.
gestures towards her stomach,
why
implying
does
that
everybody
she was
say
now
that?
pregnant. The others in the room were now talking to each other in a language that Antonio didn't recognize. But
Why would
when one
everybody make
turned
up the
towards
same
him, he
horrific
suddenly was
details?
able to understand what it was saying to him. It would tell him that he shouldn't be afraid because they would be taking him back to Earth soon. That they came from another planet and were here to experiment with human genes.
Really?
That they would even return so he could get to know his child, and that this wasn't the first time that they had done something like this. To make sure he would be able to see the child, though, they needed to mark him. The aliens then did a sort of tattoo of a circle with a cross through it onto
Bad
his
breath.
arm.
That's so
After
gross.
this, Antonio felt out of breath and weak, and one of the aliens came over and gave him some
Imagine
dark
raping a
exotic
dude with
tasting
bad
liquid
breath.
to drink. Soon he was taken into a pitch black room and put on board one of the smaller craft like the one he had arrived on. The next thing he knew, he was back on the ground next to the bathroom that he'd been taken from earlier in the morning. Thankfully, he found the dog hiding nearby, and it seemed to be just fine. Antonio was pretty out of it at this point, though, and decided just to go home early that day. Getting back home, he found that nearly 2 hours had passed since he was originally taken. His mother lived with him at this time and immediately knew that something was wrong with him as soon as he came in the door. Antonio wouldn't talk about it in detail, though, only telling her that he had been kidnapped by 3 little men. Assuming that he must have been mugged or something, she decided to call the police. After hearing the bizarre story for themselves, they decided to take Antonio down to the station
well
to
before
talk to
any of the
some
modern
specialists, too.
abduction narrative.
Here he would repeat it to psychiatrists, doctors, social workers, and UFO researchers, and even a biology professor. And even after telling this tale many times, it seems that the details stayed consistent throughout. Not knowing what else to do, they took him to the hospital in Mirasol to get checked out.
Yeah, they
but
can
wouldn't
see
really
exactly.
Find
They shove
anything
something
major
up your
wrong with
butt
him there.
and
His
stimulate
jacket
your
was
prostate.
ripped and had a stain on the back of it, and his
That's what they
shirt
do
pocket was also almost torn
apparently,
off.
yeah.
He did have some minor burns on his left arm.
Because there's the
and-
Pascagoula case, right, where it's 2 guys, and one of the guys is able to ejaculate naturally, and the other guy needs to get probed. Because that's the case where the police sheriff is recording them, and they don't know they're being recorded, and they talk about it. And I think that's one of the details that they compared, right? It's like they described a different apparatus. I feel like that lends a lot of credibility to the... Again, because those guys say that's like the same thing Whitley Strieber, any other abductee says. It's like that same basic story. And these guys were just like conversing, seemingly in private, sharing those details. I mean, yeah, it seems like it would be, yeah. It seems like that's why Whitley Strieber is like he was probed, right? But like he, it's not necessarily a bad memory for him, like I was saying earlier. He was on Corbell's show this week. He was freaking out Corbell, you could tell. He was talking about like aliens extracting souls and whatnot. Corbell's like, yeah, man, like, that's cool. I forget what questions he was asking him. He's so fucking stupid. I love listening to him.
what appeared to be bite marks on his right. Antonio still didn't feel very well, though, and complained that parts of his body felt paralyzed at times.
Bet,
so after
man.
this, he
Sounds
just
like
went
they
home
really
to
had
get
their
some
way with
rest.
you.
Around this time, newspapers in the area would start to publish
Probably shouldn't
articles
make
all
fun
about
of him. It sounds
Antonio's
really
encounter.
traumatic.
Many UFOs had been seen all over the area at that time too, so some locals did believe his story, with
Yeah, I
others
believe his
claiming
story.
it to just be some kind of publicity stunt.
I don't think so.
This is when another professor, named Mathiel Paris, heard about this and decided to perform an investigation himself. He went out to the factory to see what he could find and actually came across a few things. For one, he was told that nothing had been stolen from the property that night. He was also shown a circular mark in the dirt, as well as some grass that had been smashed and smeared to the side. Using a magnetometer, they would also find that the steel beams near the abduction site were highly magnetized, so much so that the meters couldn't even fully read it. They even tested a new shipment of these beams later on and got no unusual readings from them. Perhaps strangest of all, though, is that they did even find Antonio's footsteps in the dirt and discovered that they just ended abruptly next to the bathroom.
Wow.
Ney would go out to Antonio's house and ended up interviewing him quite a bit.
footsteps
And
just
like
ended?
in many other cases
Holy
around this
shit.
time, he thought it would be a good idea to do hypnotic regression on Antonio to uncover some of his past memories. They started getting ready for all this on August 5th, 1979, and the first session would be done around the 19th of that month. And this is where a lot of the extra details for this case comes from. But it is said that his story stayed largely the same both before and after the hypnosis sessions. And if that's true, then it's good for the story. But when you hear what he claims happens next, you might question whether this regression therapy is really doing anything helpful. Soon after all of this started, on August 7th, he would be walking to work like he did most days. But when he took a shortcut down a railway track, he came to notice a bright red light coming right for him. He soon felt dizzy and had to sit down until it went away. He went to work as normal after that, but was pretty sure that he had been abducted again. Then, on September 9th, he would be at his girlfriend's house when something else extremely strange would happen. Around 10 o'clock that night, her parents went to bed, and she suddenly laid on his shoulder and went fast asleep. He claims that then a ball of green light flew into the room and telepathically spoke to him. It told him not to be afraid because they were going to help him improve his life. They did, however, disagree with the use of hypnosis to uncover lost memories and said that he should not have done it. Adding to all this, they also said that he needed to quit smoking because it was bad for him. After that, the light left and his girlfriend woke up like nothing had ever happened. 5 months after Antonio's first abduction, his mother, Miss Aguiar, would come to be interviewed by the press. It seems that she completely believed her son, and she claimed that he was even now still being constantly contacted by the aliens. She said a light will pass over the house before Antonio walks out the door, adding, "These contacts last about 5 minutes, and my son doesn't talk to us when they come to get him. He only says something to us afterward." She even believes that they've contacted her too, but only through dreams. What might be more interesting than all of this, though, is the reported condition of both Antonio and the dog after all of this. The dog was not the same as it once was, and actually refused to go back to the area of that factory. It said that he also was not nearly as brave anymore and really didn't like working at night. Antonio wasn't doing a lot better, feeling nervous and irritable at most times now. Apparently, he also couldn't drink coffee or smoke anymore without feeling ill. His mother even said that his left arm turned purple and bruised just from him putting on his watch one day. But soon Antonio would be getting married to his girlfriend, and they moved out into their own house together. Although things calmed down for quite a bit, his alien encounters were by no means over. He would come to see the craft and a ball of light just a few months after that, but nothing else substantial would happen again until 1982. In January that year, he first saw one of the robot-like aliens he had first seen in a path in the woods while he was on lunch one day. And even though nothing came from this would mark the return of his encounters. Later that year in July, he would claim to have made full-on contact with them once again. This time he was a guard at another furniture factory, and just like the time before, he was abducted by 3 small aliens. And again, he was taken aboard a larger spacecraft, but this time he was shown something he wasn't expecting. A large room full of strange-shaped machines connected together by tubes and glass. Within each one was a free-floating sphere with an alien child inside. He was taken over to one and shown a child a little different from the rest. Although it had the same red curly hair, its other features were more human-like, with the ears even being smaller
This is
and
the
less
beginning of
pointy.
the breeding program?
After this, you'd be taken
Holy
back
shit.
to Earth, but this would only be the beginning of these new meetings. Later on in
this
the
is a
month,
common
he was at
detail
work
as well.
taking another lunch break.
why would you
when
make
he
this
got
up?
the sudden urge to go outside.
Like, this is so
Antonio
weird.
said, "I walked outside and saw a round UFO hovering in midair. A door opened and..."
I mean, it would make sense though, like if you were trying to like develop a 5th column, right? Like you would want to try to like work these abductees. Like these abductees, like if they came in a hostile way tomorrow, like a lot of these abductees would like help them. You know, like I said, Whitley Strieber was abducted and fucking penetrated, and he still thinks it was like a positive experience. Does make sense, right? And like, it is also unsettling. That's like, this is the 50s, I think this happened. It's like one of the earliest, if not the earliest, abduction story. It's like a modern abduction story. And the aliens, like, discernibly, like, noticeably become more human-like in successive generations. I'm just saying, it makes sense if it was not, though. Like, if they were trying to develop a fifth column to, like, subvert the planet and make ready for themselves to, you know, aggressively colonize it, this would be a pretty good way to do it, right? Like, they don't even have to fire a bullet, probably. Like, I used to think that they were trying to, like, mix in their DNA, you know, like, do, like, a slow takeover. Now I'm not so sure. I feel like it's not... It's a pretty large scale. It seems like it's, like, millions of people. But, like, is that enough to, like, take over the planet? No, but it is enough to develop a nice fifth column, right? Yeah, that show sucked. I hated that show. What was it called? Colony? With the guy from Lost? It was the whole time. I like Dark Sky so much better. Or... What's the Spielberg one? I like both. I like Bryce Zabel's one. And I like the other one. Noah Wiley. Yeah, right? That one's pretty good. I might rewatch that, actually.
And I saw one of the ugly creatures holding a baby that looked just like the alien. But nothing else happened, and the alien just simply got back in the craft and flew away. It would just be a couple of days later that he would be abducted another time. And this is when he would be told that the baby he had seen before was actually his daughter, and her name was Aslina.
I mean, again, that's what Whitley Strieber says too.
There I was taken into another room where I came face to face with the female creature with whom I'd been forced to have sex. She had a child in her arms, and the beings telepathically told me that it was my daughter. All I could do was stare. She had dark skin, reddish curly hair, and pointed ears. I felt like a zoo animal that had been forced to breed. Surprisingly, she was already about the size of a 5-year-old, and although she did look very alien to him, her features did seem much softer than her mother's. He claims that the daughter even spoke to him telepathically and knew that he was her dad. Antonio added that she seemed very smart. By this time, Antonio also had his own son on Earth, and claimed that he was also shown images of him and his alien daughter playing together at nighttime. And even though he wouldn't see his daughter for a while after this, he wouldn't be done being abducted
No, it's
either.
his child,
By the next
man.
month, he claims that he was taken once again. The difference, though, is that this time they only performed an examination on him before letting him go.
Again, common
His
detail.
next encounter would actually happen on New Year's Eve while he and his wife were visiting the in-laws' house. He said that he was woken up at 2 a.m. that morning by a bright light inside of the house. Getting up, Antonio found 3 creatures in the living room, adding, "One of them had a type of gun, and he shot a green ray of light at my chest, burning it. I fell to the floor unconscious. When I came to, I discovered that some kind of emblem had been carved onto my chest." Afterwards, he even gave his burned shirts to investigators and had photos taken of the new marking. After this, Antonio actually says that he met up with some of the aliens 3 different times in March of 1983, but it doesn't seem that much ever came from these incidents. Things went quiet for a while, but in July, just like the year before, another major abduction would take place. Things would be quite a bit different this time, though, with Antonio's claims getting noticeably more and more bizarre. On the night of July 15th, Antonio was exiting the restroom just like he had been in the first encounter. This is when he'd be lifted up into the air by a green beam of light emanating from a UFO. He was again taken into a larger craft, which was said to look like a giant soccer ball. Inside, he would see the same kinds of aliens he had seen before, and this time he would notice that most of them had the same circle and cross insignia that he had on his arm and chest on their outfits. They then examined him and placed the same device he had seen before onto his left arm before taking some more blood. But while this was happening, he came to notice a new type of alien on the ship. These were much more human-like, with long blonde hair, big blue eyes, and were all close to 6 feet tall. They all had on the same white one-piece suits as the other aliens, but these also had blue cuffs and green belts. Antonio says that one of these blonde aliens then showed him around the new ship, which seemed almost like accustomed to them. It was rounder, but other than that, seemed very similar to the other craft he had already seen before. It seems that his tour wouldn't end here though, as he was then taken on to another ship and taken to a place completely unfamiliar to him. Walking out of the small shuttle craft, he would first come to see that they had landed right next to a larger group of these shuttles. Next, he noticed how warm the area was, saying that it was much hotter than Mirasal. The sky was much darker than ours and lit up by a sun more reddish in color. As he moved, he became aware that he was walking on top of very fine light-colored sand, and compared it to sugar. Looking around, he also came to see a large amount of the robot-like aliens all parked together in one spot, as if they were being stored there. He was then led into a small shelter and taken to sit down on another couch-like thing. They took his blood and let him rest for a moment before showing him more of this new world. One green, brown, and blonde alien then had him get up and take a walk with them. Now he would see sharp mountains with needle-like peaks all around him. There didn't seem to be any vegetation anywhere, and everything was covered in a dry, gray fog. In the distance, he could see large craters dotting the landscape. He was then taken through a narrow rocky pass and right into a hidden spaceport. Here he saw all types of aliens working together on various tasks and many different kinds of spacecraft.
they're cultivating,
They then entered a smaller ship and flew off to a new location. Exiting the craft, he saw very similar mountains and craters as before, but noticed that it was a lot cooler here. Looking up, he noticed that the sky also looked much more Earth-like. But running around the ground, he would come to see hairy creatures that looked similar to monkeys, adding that they appeared to be talking to each other in a language unknown to him. He was then taken to a third place, which was even colder than the last. This time, 2 of the blonde aliens stepped out with him and took him over to a large rock covered in inscriptions, and what seemed to be a map.
That's not what they look
He was then
like.
taken to another shelter where they took a blood sample before injecting him with something else. They then went on another walk, and this time he would come to see some weird bug or crab-like animals covered in thick hair. He asked the blonde aliens, "What insects are those?" But he was only told that these were not insects at all, and they made him touch one. Antonio claimed that they were as cold as ice. They then told him that during one of his previous abductions, they even let a couple of these creatures go on Earth. But soon he was finally returned to a large ship
it's a
soccer
fucking-
ball before being sent back down to the ground by the same green beam of light that had taken him earlier. It seems that by 6 a.m. that morning, his wife noticed that he wasn't in bed and nowhere around. And then 2 hours after this, Antonio would be waking up on the ground of a nearby plot of land with nothing but a needle mark on his arm. Although nothing would happen again for a little while, roughly a year and a half later,
Mitochondrial Eve was
on November 4th, he claims that he had been abducted by a red light and taken aboard another mothership-type craft, calling it the operating base. Then, just a little more than a month later, on December 12th, he happened to step outside to watch some rain when he was once again abducted by a red light. He says he was again taken to the mothership where he was injected with something that made him lose consciousness for several hours. Then, on February 6th, 1985, at around 12:30
People do
that
report
night,
being pulled
Antonio
through
started
walls
to
and
get the
stuff.
feeling that he was going to meet the aliens once more. But he was actually with a friend this time, Jose Benegitu, and jokingly told him to stick around if he wanted to meet them too. But it seems that he took him seriously and decided to do just that. And a little before 4 a.m., they would come to see one of these floating green lights. Antonio ran after it and disappeared behind the corner of the house. Jose followed after him, but couldn't find him anywhere. Just then, a guard, Fausto Pereira, began to notice trees moving around in a strange way at the nearby police station. He went over to take a look and said that a group of trees were stirring like a whirlwind hit them, but everything else around them was completely calm. This was enough to scare him quite a bit, and he actually took off running down the street. It was then that he actually about ran into Jose and was told all about his search for Antonio. Together, they went back to the police station to investigate and found that the tree's movement was just now starting to settle down. Getting closer, they were shocked to find Antonio laying face down on the grass with his arms stretched straight forward. He was freezing cold, and they had to warm him up for nearly 20 minutes before he finally woke up. This would be the last major incident to happen to him, but some minor encounters would continue over the next few years. He would say that at one point they gave him his own space suit so he could travel with them later on, that they taught him how to operate one of the spaceships, and that they were even aware of Professor Ney studying their encounters. It seems that they were not open to meeting him, though. At one point, Antonio even asked them why this was all happening to him, out of all people, and he was told, quote, because he has the ability. Antonio claimed that he would keep meeting with his alien daughter too, but eventually she started to seem more uninterested in him and Earth. He says the last time he would ever get to see her was in 1988. In total, though, he claims to have made contact with them at least 16 times. And it's also important to note that after each major encounter, another hypnosis session would follow. And although Antonio has no solid proof of any of these incidents, many still completely believe his story. For example, Professor Ney believed that since Antonio was illiterate and could only sign his name, he would have been completely incapable of making up a story this detailed. Although many argue with that statement, Ney doubles down by saying that he wouldn't be able to read news or any UFO material, and worked nights, meaning he probably wasn't inspired by TV and movies. Ney claimed that Antonio's story never did change over the years and completely believed him, adding, "It is believed that the young man spoke the truth, incredible as this may seem, and that he was in fact abducted and taken aboard a UFO at Mirasol as he described." He would also add why he thought Antonio made a good specimen, saying, "He is young and healthy and is personally clean and neat. He had acquired no debilitating or degenerative habits such as drugs, alcohol, and smoking, and was not known to be promiscuous with girls, nor did he mix with those who had such habits. He was free of infections and diseases, and was moderate in diet and sleep. He was properly respectful and known for his dependability. He was moderate in his beliefs, and although he lacked formal education, he was bright and had a good practical mind." Antonio now feels like the aliens are family to him, and even begin to feel at home in their spacecrafts. He does say that they don't want him to share everything that goes on between them, but won't force him to be quiet either. Although it's said that he tried to keep a low profile for a few years after the first encounter, by 1983 it's said that he had become fully open about the subject. Skeptics, however, note the similarities between his first encounter and the Villa Boas case that happened nearby in 1957. It also seems that his later abductions seem to have a lot in common with more famous cases as well,
because it's a
leading
pattern.
many to wonder if he really was just influenced by UFO media at the time. Antonio indeed was uneducated, but it's also said that he was pretty smart at the same time.
There was no
so this is
UFO
very
media
possible.
at the time.
But with that said, others believe that the cases are just so similar because aliens really were conducting some kind of secret breeding experiment there. What makes this even more complicated, though, is the use
pattern
of hypnosis
continues to the
recover
present day.
lost memories. Nowadays, we know that this can accidentally create false memories influenced by the people performing the hypnosis. So, like many other cases with multiple abductions and hypnotic memory regression, many wonder if the first encounter was the only one to have actually happened to him. In the end, we just may never know how much of this story is true, or what really happened to Antonio that night all those years ago. All the information on this has come from multiple newspaper articles, reports made by Professor Ney, and the book UFO Abduction at Mirasol by Wendell Stevens. Thanks again for watching, everyone. Please be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoyed.
I mean, I've heard all those details that he said. I've heard from if you read the David Jacobs book, those details are incredibly common. Basically, every detail in that story,
a week ago,
some version of
SpaceX
it.
went public in the biggest IPO ever. It is time for another batch of.
You want to see if
of deep space updates. And of course, we start out with rocket launches where SpaceX, well, they have a whole bunch of Starlink launches that we're not going to talk about in detail. They launched from Vandenberg on the 7th, the 11th,
Didn't
and the
they
15th.
destroy the launch
and on
site?
Slick 40 in Florida from the 8th and the 12th of June. So that's 5 Starlink launches. But elsewhere in the world, other more diverse, more interesting, more talkable, discussable launches. On 9th of June, out of China, we have in Jichuan, there's Land Space's Juche 2E, and this is another upgrade on their rocket. They've made some subtle changes to this. Now, this was launching the Qianfan direct-to-cell DTC-01 satellites. China are also working on their own cell phone satellites. Now, this is the second flight of the upgraded Block 2 Juche. Main thing is they're now using pneumatic stage separation to, basically not have to use pyrotechnics, and there's some changes to the engine design, and they now have the ability to, throttle down during the final step. However, that upper stage broke apart once it reached orbit, and US Space Force confirmed that they are tracking the breakup of a Chinese rocket body. A number of debris and the track pieces are being incorporated. So far, it's not clear if they are a threat to anything, but I understand that a number of Starlink satellites are having to make adjustments. 11th of June in China, again, we have a Long March 5 launching Tongsu Jishuxian 25 out of Wenchang into geostationary orbit. So, again, anything like this is an experimental secret satellite. It's known as Communications Technology Experimental Satellite number 25. We don't know very much beyond that it went to GEO. And this is a very big satellite as well, because it had to launch on a Long March 5 with the big 18.5 meter long fairing. Now, and here's a really interesting one. At the other end of the scale, Rocket Lab. They launched their HASTE launch vehicle, which is of course an Electron rocket. And HASTE is supposed to be for hypersonic testing, and that is typically suborbital. The idea is the payloads are going through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, collecting all that cool science data. Well, this particular mission threw a bit of a curveball. I mean, it was literally called Curveball, and soon afterwards, some payloads were catalogued in orbit, despite this supposedly being a suborbital mission. I'm not sure what that means. Does it mean that one of the payloads had the ability to boost itself into orbit after being separated at hypersonic speed? It's not clear. The details that we got didn't include enough tracking information for anyone to actually see what it is, and I think it may have disappeared from records now, but yeah, a suborbital launch which wasn't. 12th of June in Japan, we have the H330S. This is the maiden flight of their all-liquid launch vehicle. This is the first rocket, I believe, to have launched to orbit in Japan, which is entirely fueled by liquid without any solid propellants on the side, right? So this was a small demonstrator. It basically, they take the H3 and they've now got 3 engines on it instead. These are the LE9 expander cycle engines. They generate 150 tons of thrust each. The rocket itself is a 271 ton rocket, 5.2 meters in diameter, 57 meters tall, and it was launching with very limited payloads. So they had a small payload adapter on there with a handful of small satellites like Petrel, Stars X, are sort of like innovative satellite technology demonstrator mission hardware, and of course there was like a vehicle evaluation payload which was on there as well. And something called HORN, which is an acronym for Hunting Orbital Normalizer. And it looks like a drag sail with a dubious acronym attached. And then 15th of June in China, we have the Kinetica 1 launch vehicle. Again, a whole bunch of solids slapped together, carrying 8 Gaofen satellites from Jichuan. These go into sun-synchronous orbit. They are, I think, Earth observation satellites. They publish some cool images straight after. Half-meter resolution from these small sat. But yeah, this is a constellation a bit like what Planet does in the US. And 16th of June in China, we have a Long March 3B/E launching Shijian 31 into geostationary orbit. Now, this was a return to flight mission. They failed back in January of this year. There was a third stage anomaly, which meant that the third stage and the payload ended up burning up. No idea what the satellite is. It's just pitched as space environmental exploration, which of course could probably mean military or civilian or both, but they don't want to tell us. Anyway, we know that the stage 3 is put into a 40,000 kilometer orbit, so that's a geostationary Earth orbit. 17th of June, there was a Long March 12 carrying 9 Go-Wang satellites, or SatNet, launch out of Wangchang, and that would otherwise be a pretty boring launch, but the press release announced that they were using a new higher energy kerosene that had been synthesized. Now, this is an interesting bit of chemistry here. So the Soviet Union actually did this in the 70s and 80s. They developed a fuel called Syntin, which would essentially, you would load it onto a regular rocket and you get extra performance. This fuel is supposed to give them something like 8 seconds of impulse. That's about 2.5% extra performance. And the way it works is kerosene is essentially a whole bunch of different carbon hydrocarbons, and they have all sorts of various structures. Now, turns out if you can bend the carbon chains into a very tight loop, then they want to unfurl. It's like a spring that you've coiled up, and when they break apart, they release the energy in there, and so you get free extra chemical energy. So it's they're cyclopropane rings, which are just curved a bit too tight, and they have release energy when they do this. So China's figured out how to do this. Now, the Soviet Union did this, and they pretty much stopped doing it afterwards because it was a whole bunch of expense for not that much extra performance. It's better to build bigger rockets, but still, there may be niches where this kind of technology is potentially useful. 17th of June, we had the Kuaizhou 11, and that's the bigger version of the Kuaizhou. It's 78 tons on the pad, 2.2 meters in diameter. And for a long time, the payload was listed as TBA. We weren't sure what would happen. There was a bunch of radio silence soon after the launch. We knew it went into sun-synchronous orbit, but we've now figured out that this was a launch for 8 satellites for microspace who are providing high-precision navigation services, supposedly able to get centimeter resolution precision. Now, the reason why they waited a long time to announce this was apparently it wasn't clear whether all the satellites made it or not. There might have been more satellites, but there was definitely some silence, and a number of objects have been catalogued. They may not all be active. Some of them may be still stuck on the booster. 17th of June, SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 out of Slick 40 carrying 3 satellites for AST Space Mobile. 3 of the large, these AST Space Mobile, they're doing direct to cell. Their satellites unfold this absolutely massive phased array antenna, which allows them to talk to cell phones. They clearly have a better solution compared to Starlink. They don't need nearly as many satellites, but you know what? SpaceX is really good at launching lots of satellites. 17th of June, we had an Ariane 64 launching out of Kourou, carrying 36 Amazon LEO satellites. And if you watch this thing, it arcs over. It does a serious hard gravity turn very early in the flight. And that's because this is using the new, better Block 2 Ariane 6. So the solid boosters have been upgraded. The solid boosters are the same as the first stage on the Vega rocket, but there's a upgrade coming along where they replace the P120s with the P160s, and this increases the thrust. It makes them about a meter longer, and they get 480 tons of thrust. And yeah, you can really see the extra thrust to weight this gets early on in the flight. Now, obviously, these burn out, and then the core is still relative, the same old hydrogen core on the Ariane. But regardless, this adds about 2 tons of capability to the orbital, the throw that this thing can handle. Apparently, there's so much demand for this for these boosters for the Ariane that Vega C deployment is way down the line at this point. It's lower priority than all these launches that have been paid for by Amazon. Anyway, finally, this morning we had SpaceX Falcon 9 launching out of Vandenberg Space Force Base with NROL 179. That'll be a bunch of Starshield satellites for the NRO doing, well, since it's the NRO, they are almost certainly using cameras to point down at the ground. And now, in the last couple of weeks, one thing which didn't launch again was Isar Aerospace's Spectrum. They returned to the launch pad again, multiple times, onward and upwards, stayed unfortunately firmly fixed to the pad in Andoya in northern Norway. So the message they got is they are standing down again because of off-nominal behavior in the vehicle's fluid system, and they're analysing data to look at the root cause. Now, previously in April, they scrubbed because of a COPV. In March, they scrubbed because of a range violation. They are either cursed or maybe they don't want to see the rocket explode. No, I want to see these guys launch. I want to see them successful. And I'm very happy to say that they also announced recently that they got 270 million euros in funding So that's great. Onwards and upwards, as I said, they also have a deal to try launching these, or at least consider launching these from Canada. There's a deal with Maritime
Why are they launching
Launch.
so far north?
So maybe we have European rockets coming to Canada. Meanwhile, by the way, the Bay Area's very own Astra, they announced, hey, we've shipped one of our Rocket 4s to the UK in a container. And, okay, this is obviously not a flight article. I know that they had been talking about launching from Saxe-Ford in the UK, perhaps to get some, like funding from the UK government or something, but that was before, Astra went out of business and then came back. So at this point, I don't know. I don't think they're there to launch this thing. I think they're there just to say, hey, look, we know how to ship rockets around, because they do know how to ship rockets around. They've been able to do rockets in shipping containers for a long time. They ship them up to Alaska. And so they would be in a good position to do this. But of course, we also have, Germany. We have the rocket factory Ellsberg. They're also launching from Saxe-Ford. So maybe we'll see them launching sooner. Anyway, of course, as I said, probably the biggest space news. Well, I'm going to say, it's probably the biggest, but it's still some pretty big space news in the last couple of weeks. SpaceX's IPO. And it started out at a stock price of $135, and very quickly over a couple of days rose to $200, and it's now back down to about $185. But yes, this has been fabulously successful. It's been biggest IPO, I think, in history, something like that. Certainly, there's lots of news stories about how Elon Musk on paper is a trillionaire, but we all know about the on paper side of things. Personally, I'm far more excited of all the stories of all the people that worked hard at SpaceX, that did cool stuff. They worked hard, they did neat little corners of the vehicle design or welding or whatever, right? They are now looking at stock that is worth a whole lot of money, really life-changing amount of money for them. And, more power to those people. I want to see, people that worked on this benefit from what they have done. So I'm excited because there's a whole bunch of people I randomly meet now that I know are now, going to be driving around in Ferraris. No, they're not. They're going to be driving around in Teslas. Anyway, myself, of course, I'm going to point out that I know a lot of you come to me for space news, and I'm going to say I did not actually buy any SpaceX stock. I did consider it, but what happened? I mean, basically, okay, I got really busy, but I'm going to say also, since people come to me for news about spaceflight, I don't actually tend to invest in any space stuff. For the simple reason, I don't want to be in a situation where I'm looking at my stock price and saying, do I really want to talk about this rocket exploding? Because I would really like to talk about rockets exploding rather than worrying about my stock price. Now, I do have stocks. They're handled by a fund manager, and that's great because I don't need to worry about directly putting into money into stuff. Anyway, SpaceX, after their fabulously successful IPO, they immediately moved to finish up the acquisition of Cursor, and at this point I'm going to say SpaceX is very much an AI company and a space company, and I'm mostly going to talk about SpaceX as a space company going forwards, but we got to remember they do also own Twitter. I'm also vaguely remembering that during the sort of IPO talks and interviews, there was mention that, by the way, SpaceX Starship still planning to launch in July for Flight 13, and they are still targeting August for Flight 14. More power to them, right? But if you did well in the SpaceX IPO and you're a big space fan, maybe you want to sell a share and buy the Lego NASA Hubble Space Telescope set, which is apparently coming in August. Yeah, that's a cool thing to do with your money. Just one share. That's all it would take to buy it, $130. Okay, never mind. That's not officially confirmed, but I saw that. And I do have a Hubble in there, but this one is going to be a whole lot better. Anyway, so in other SpaceX news, they also had started preparing to build out Slick 6 at Vandenberg. Now, this is a storied launch site. This was where the manned orbiting laboratory they were supposed to launch from. That would be where they literally had a space station in polar orbit, and they would dock astronauts to it and they would run the cameras. That then became the launch site for the space shuttle on the West Coast, which of course never happened as well. It eventually became the launch site for Delta IV. Now those structures have been demolished and they are going to raise it and replace a lot of the stuff for SpaceX launches, which for now means Falcon 9 and
calling it
Falcon
Twitter
Heavy.
in
We had to have a
2026
Falcon
is
Heavy
based,
capability on the West Coast.
Right.
It is interesting that would give us 2 launch sites on the West Coast for Falcon 9s when they ramped back, or they rolled back to one single launch site on the East Coast. At some point, I fully expect we'll hear about a Starship launch site on the West Coast. And so the other really, really big news, as far as I'm concerned, is the details that were revealed on Artemis 3. And I have already made a video about this. You have probably already seen it, but just in case you don't know, the backup astronaut is going to be Bob Hines. The backup for Artemis 2, Andre Douglas, becomes a payload specialist on Artemis 3. Frank Rubio is another payload specialist. The European Space Agency's Luca Parmitano from Italy is the pilot, and Randy Bresnik will be the commander. Now, this is going to be a low Earth orbit mission. They've already discussed that they have the spacer. There's no upper stage on the SLS. This is going to put the Orion spacecraft into low Earth orbit, whereupon it will dock with the Blue Moon spacecraft, but it's not really a Blue Moon. It's not a Blue Moon Mark 1, it's not a Blue Moon Mark 2, it is something with the Blue Moon Mark 2 cabin, and it has some structure on top which we understand will provide propulsion, power, avionics and stuff like that, but it is not doesn't have any cryogenics on board. It's not going to have BE-7 engines to be testing there. So this is something weird Franken spacecraft, one of a kind, that is entirely being used to test operations, to test docking, to test the interior with these crew. So this can remain on orbit for up to 90 days. By the sound of things, by the way, it could launch on almost any rocket, like any rocket that's wide enough. It doesn't need a Blue Origin New Glenn, although by the time this needs to launch, I would hope that they've got New Glenn launching again. So they will operate on that mainly, and then later on, once they've established they've got that, they'll launch a Starship, which will have an on-orbit capability of only 2 days. This will be a standard V3 Starship with a docking port attached. And by the sound of things, they may have figured out how to put it on the front. They may just slap it on the side. The details are still a bit fuzzy on that, but they will dock with this, and they won't be able to board it. It's just going to be show that they can dock with this, fly around it, look at it, gasp in awe at something this big in space that isn't the space station. And then they'll undock, and then the Starship will land, hopefully. Hopefully they've sorted that all out by that point. But the other thing that came out of this is that plans for SpaceX landing on the moon will be for the Orion spacecraft to meet the lunar Starship in low Earth orbit and then dock with that, and then the lunar Starship will carry out the translunar injection boost, take them down to lunar orbit, leave the Orion there, land on the surface, come back up, meet the Orion, and then the Orion heads home. This is a radical change in SLS because obviously SLS was designed to go to the moon, and now it's just carrying Orion to low Earth orbit. It's almost like something that could be done, say, with New Glenn or, with Vulcan. Anyway, another part of this mission, of course, will be testing the Axiom spacesuits, and the news came out that Axiom announced a critical part of their suit in a flashy ceremony with Prada. Now, Prada, we know that they are actually working with Axiom, and sure, Prada are a fashion brand, right? That doesn't mean that they are all about looks. When you're doing fashion, there is a lot of technology that can be involved. And fashion houses obviously understand this. They have people that understand making soft goods, manufacturing processes. So, yeah, Prada are doing the undergarments, the liquid cooling garments, and we have these in spacesuits for a long time. They're very important to keep astronauts cool. You essentially run water through the surface to keep them at an ideal temperature for the amount of physical exertion. And without this, you can get into real trouble really fast because it can be hard to cool a spacesuit. So yeah, they showed this off, and it will be part of the space. So you can say that you're wearing Prada in space. Now, earlier, one of the launches I talked about was the Ariane 6-4 launch carrying 32 Amazon LEO satellites. That would be a full 1% of the targeted constellation. And as of right now, Amazon has something like 10% of the constellation in orbit, which is a problem because according to their deal with the FCC, they needed to have 50% launched by the end of July. Now, what they have done is they have actually come up with a deal that will get them through this particular thing. The idea is they were given this spectrum and they have to use this radio spectrum, and they don't want to let other people use this radio spectrum because, you know, then they might have some sort of priority. So basically FCC has said, okay, look, we'll let you do this, we'll let you get away with only having 10% of your constellation up there.
10%.
But if there is any, you know, you have to cede exclusive use of your frequencies until you have the rest of the constellation put together. So SpaceX could in theory use chunks of these frequencies if they're not interfering with an Amazon spacecraft. So this was something that, you know, started back in about 2020 when all these big constellations were being announced. The FCC said, like, listen, you can't just, you know, acquire use of these frequencies and then not launch the spacecraft. You have to actually show you can launch 3,000 spacecraft, because we don't believe that's possible. Meanwhile, of course, SpaceX has handily eclipsed that. But yeah, that's what happened. That's why there was a deadline.
It's only them because they own a rocket company.
Large numbers of objects in low Earth orbit. I want to talk about Leo Labs. Now, they are in Silicon Valley. They're a startup that does space tracking using radars. And actually, a guy I know, Ed Liu, you may have seen him on this channel. He was one of the co-founders. He's the CTO. They just had a press release about how they ship their radar system in a shipping container, like to Asia, so that they can actually operate this 3D scanning S-band radar to pick up pieces of hardware in orbit. And this is important because, say you have China launching a spacecraft, it can take several hours before the Earth rotates to a position where that satellite's track passes through this. So it takes, you know, it adds hours of uncertainty, and it can mean it can be hard to connect a launch to a specific satellite. And so being able to redeploy the radars to wherever they need to go is a big deal. It's kind of funny. I was browsing, like, I think it was on Space News, and they had, like, in the sidebar, literally an ad for this shipping container with a radar in. And I would love one.
If you need your battle space awareness, you need to subscribe here, because I am aware of the battle spaces. Okay, all of the different battle spaces. I'm gonna asymmetrically dominate the battle space. Or, you know, try to. Yeah. Tell them how aware I am of the battle space. I already knew what that was. It's my battle space awareness.
And the cables and stuff just wrap themselves around the base.
I knew all this.
And,
I knew all these mishaps.
They damaged the cables, they damaged the cooling system, the fire suppression system. A lot of water and glycol leaked out and contaminated the area. And then when they were trying to stow it, the stow command they sent made it turn even further. So the dish was down. It's going to remain down because now they're going to just go ahead with a bunch of upgrades. It'll be back in service in 2028. Astrobotic had a press conference where they unveiled their completed Griffin lander ahead of the environmental testing and ultimately their mission to land the Flip rover on the moon. This will be NASA's first moon-based mission, and of course this is only going to be the second flight for Astrobotic. It's going to be a whole lot bigger. And yeah, we hope that this is successful because at some point they're supposed to be carrying some other hardware. Another cool video came from Anduril. That is Palmer Lucky's defense company. And they have a network of 400 telescopes deployed around the globe to basically investigate satellites and stuff in space. And what they showed was a Falcon, it's actually what they said was a Falcon Heavy launch of Viasat performing a routine thrust event, which it is not a routine thrust event. This is a routine propellant dump event to save the, you know, to pacify the stage, right? It makes this spiral plume because what they're doing is essentially the thing is spinning and they're dumping out propellant so that it spreads over as wider area as possible. This happens in geostationary launches because they put the stuff into geostationary orbit and then the thing isn't going to deorbit anytime soon, so they basically dump anything in it that would make it dangerous. It's still a very cool video and gives you an idea of the capabilities that the US has to observe satellites in orbit.
He wants to live out so hard. And
Aurora! Now they have their little Dawn space plane and they announced that they have $25 million in funding, which frankly isn't a lot of money, but this is funding for a rocket-powered drone space plane that can carry space-like experiments on suborbital trajectories, and it's really neat. I love this thing. I love it. It goes vertical. where they had the largest explosion in the history of the Cape, they've released a refreshingly boring video showing a 2,500 second hot fire of a BE-7 engine. That's a 41-minute test fire. That is the longest static fire for a rocket engine as far as I know. So this is obviously good for the BE-7, but I'm going to say a lot of the problems with engines are transients on startup and shutdown. For example, starting up a BE-4 engine while your entire rocket is sitting fueled on the pad. Yeah. We know that Blue Origin have been working on the cleanup and prep for like rebuilding the launch site. I still don't know what, while they've talked about launching before the end of the year, I still think it's too early to get a handle on whether they will actually make that date.
Really?
So Relativity Space is going to send a mission to Mars, and they're working with NASA on a public-private partnership, which will be relatively low cost to NASA overall. NASA will be providing the scientific instruments in the form of the Aeolus atmospheric science payload. It's going to include like a Doppler wind system, temperature sensor, thermal limb sounder, and radiometric sensors, and a wide field camera. And yeah, it's going to be doing something similar to Maven, I think, in many ways. It's going to be looking at the sort of atmospheric operations or behavior. So anyway, this is planned to fly in 2028. I'm not sure how likely they are to get this, but Relativity are going to build the spacecraft to operate it. They're also going to provide, by the way, telecommunications from this platform. They're going to have the launch vehicle, do the cruise operations, and Mars, or NASA, are going to be in charge of the actual science stuff once they get to Mars. And I find this fascinating that now that SpaceX have pivoted and they're going all in on space data centers, which Eric Schmidt said that the Relativity was going to do. Relativity has now said, we're going to Mars. Yeah, funny how that works. Okay, so now we're getting to the end of this. We got some stuff to look forward to. First of all, I've just seen that the Link spacecraft, the Swift rescue mission, has taken off on the L1011 TriStar from Mojave. It's headed off to Kwajalein, get ready to launch. There was a press conference earlier in the week where they discussed the hopes, the chances of this mission succeeding. Again, I'm amazed that it is ready for launch this early. It is fantastic.
Super Scottish. Yeah, he's so Scottish, his name is Scott. Yeah. Oh man, I forgot to do my World Cup bets. Fuck. I need to do this. I'm gonna bet on Iran, New Zealand. Senegal. I'm bet on all these. Yeah, cool. Canada. Should do this one. $50 get you 158 if you bet on Canada to win. Tie. It's probably gonna be a tie, really. How much is that? 50 gets you 150 if you bet on tie too. Interesting. Later.